What is up, friends? Greetings and happy Saturday. Back for more Steam Next Fest action, and pretty excited. There were a lot of things we didn't get to last time, and a lot of things I hadn't become aware of by then that I now have. And once again, we are, of course, stuck with far more games to play than we will have time for. But I will attempt to prioritize and make sure we take a look at the most pressing demos of current batch Steam Next Fest stuff. I'll do my best anyway. What is up, Mr. Radon? What's up, you, Raccoon, Father Axe Keeper, Mudbound Dragon, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? A little bit of a late Saturday stream. I don't exactly have the strictest of schedules, but I don't usually start this late on Saturdays. But as you might be able to tell from my my casual dress and possibly sunburned skin, we got some nice weather for once, so I wanted to make sure to go out for a bit, and so I did. And I am probably a bit dehydrated, so I should probably try to work on that, lest we start off somewhere disastrous and go downhill from there. But we'll try to keep it in check. But yeah, you know, the usual disclaimer of such summer day streams. There's a I think kind of a coin toss situation of whether I will just play games for 30 minutes and then want to pass out, or I get fully energized by video game and I'll keep going for 5 hours and realize, like, oh shit. I did at least eat and have a proper meal right before I started streaming, so hopefully I won't discover, you know, 2 hours into stream, they're like, oh yeah, right, I didn't eat today. I might have to cut things short. So I don't know, we'll see. I guess it's also possible that we'll keep going for a while, and I mean, the sun's not setting anytime soon, but maybe temps will cool down just a little bit to give me a little more, you know, just a little bit of an energy boost throughout the night. And I don't know. I mean, I don't have a strict schedule. I don't, you know, strictly have any time that I need to get up in the morning. So maybe we'll keep going for a while. But I don't know. Well, as usual, I'm not promising anything. We'll just kind of figure it out as we go. Could you withhold from pushing the box button? I mean, I'll be sitting here chatting for a while. I mean, I kind of want to get going, but I mean, it's there. You don't have to. Like, the worst thing that can happen is someone redeems something and I'll go, you know what, I don't want to do that, I'll refund you. But no, that's fine. I mean, I'd rather be confronted with the situation than asked about the hypothetical and then try to have to make some kind of binding decision. So you do you, and we'll figure it out from there. Last time we played the Cobra demo, which I was more into than I would have expected, to be perfectly honest. I have that game on pre-order. I'll get a physical copy from Germany at some point after it releases. Although, I think it's out like August 26th or 29th or something like that. And normally I would expect, you know, shipping to take a couple of days at least. But I did end up getting my Switch 2, which I am now actually successfully plugged in and everything. That ended up arriving June 6th, a day after release, when the estimated arrival date was June 10th. So who knows, maybe Cobra will get here quickly as well. But regardless, it will almost certainly not be a launch day stream. But whenever that does arrive, we will be playing that for sure, and I'm quite excited. What else did we play last time? All I really remember is that we didn't play Absolum. We didn't have time for that. We didn't like get around to it. What's up, Goaty? What's up, Kata? Yeah, we got some laser beams going, but they'll pass. They'll pass. I'm really drawing a blank. What did we play, actually? I think I just, like, deleted all the demos after I played them because I had some, I was running a little bit low on disk space, so I don't even have them in my library. Oh, yeah, we played Ninja Gaiden. That's right. And that was actually, also, I think, not necessarily surprisingly good or better than I expected, but it was relieving to see that it didn't really. I had some fears about it, and as far as the demo allows us to judge anyway, it didn't really. What's the word? I was going to say it didn't live up to any of those fears. I don't think that's a good expression, but playing the demo assuaged some of the fears I have. We'll say that. It had like linear proper levels with a tiny little bit of secret hunting, but not like exploration per se. I think some of the mechanics are going to be pretty divisive. I think it'll be a popular game. I think it will do well, and I think a certain subsection of the kind of players who enjoy this type of game, I think will be. I mean, we'll see how it goes, but I've already heard a few people express concerns with some of the mechanics, specifically the I forget what it's called, but the thing where you power up, like the way the enemy layouts seem very deliberately designed. Like the levels are built with very clear routing in mind. I don't necessarily. Well, I was going to say I don't necessarily want to say specific routing, but it's not unfair to say that it is very specific. Now, I think, and I said this during the demo, or when we played the demo last time too, I am curious to see how this will shake out. Like when people speedrun the game, when people play at high level, to what extent will these intended or designed routes be kind of circumvented? There's going to be a lot of cases, I'm sure, where you can kind of dodge roll through things, or like I would have to imagine that it doesn't have to be played according to the kind of intended script. I would imagine that there's going to be, whether intended or not, people are going to discover probably other ways of getting through things quickly and efficiently. But it does, I think, I don't mind it, but I think for some people it's going to feel quite restrictive. I think a lot of people aren't super keen on games that have very kind of prescriptive ways that you're supposed to play them, or where you're supposed to kind of succeed. So I'm curious. Like I imagine that it might be kind of divisive on that front. But I think the people who are mostly vocal, like the most vocally upset people when it comes to that sort of stuff, I think make out a very small segment of the overall audience. So I wouldn't think those kinds of choices have any negative impact on the game's popularity or success. But, you know, you might have certain people who are kind of tastemakers, who might not be as into the game as they might be otherwise. But who knows how things might shake out once the game has received a couple of patches. Maybe there's alternate game modes or difficulties and stuff to unlock that'll change how things go. Like, there's going to be a lot of factors, some of which we will have no way of really knowing anything about just based on the demo. But personally speaking, as far as what I'm looking to get out of a game like that, it felt really good to control. It was enjoyable, and it felt like it had a fun amount of kind of resources and things to juggle at once. Like, it was a little bit overwhelming, but that's good. Like, you probably want it to feel a little overwhelming when you're trying it out for the first time, but it didn't feel like it would continue to grow in complexity and become even more overwhelming, or at least not to the point where it wouldn't be fun. Like, I remember playing Cyber Shadow when that came out the other year. Probably a few years ago at this point. And that's another kind of like ninja platformer. And I remember distinctly finding the game enjoyable and fun to play up to a point where they had kind of started introducing so many different abilities that it became just a little bit too obnoxious to just try to keep straight in your head what different abilities are and how to combine them. And like, just traversal ended up becoming just a little bit more of a chore. So I kind of fell off the game and I didn't finish it. But I wouldn't expect that to be the case in Ragebound, because it didn't seem to me as though the game had this vast array of abilities that you would sort of gradually unlock. Like, it feels, it seems to me to be more the kind of thing that I'm looking for in a game like that, which is where you have a sort of relatively static repertoire of abilities, and like your vocabulary doesn't necessarily change that drastically over the course of the game, but probably like the complexity and the nuance of the specific challenges that are put before you, end up being a little more complicated or difficult to parse, or what have you. So overall, I found it a very promising demo. It's like the kind of thing where sit over here, I guess. It was the kind of game that I was always interested in getting the game to see what I would think of it, and the kind of thing I would probably like to support. But playing the demo gave me confidence that I would actually legitimately enjoy playing through the actual game. So, and that's just not something to take for granted. But yeah, so let's not spend the entirety of tonight's stream talking about the last stream. I'll give you guys a quick rundown over, I guess, the things that I consider to be like a rough list of priority. The two games by far that I'm like the most compelled to check out are Absolum and Baki Hanma. Those are two games I'm already super intrigued by and looking forward to, and also want to get my hands on to get a better sense of how they actually play and what they actually are. I mean, I know what they are, but just kind of conceptually. So Absolum, of course, is the new fantasy beat 'em up from Guard Crush Games, worked on Streets of Fury and Streets of Rage 4. I've heard bits and pieces about this game, not much. So I'm really curious to get my hands on it, because I think on paper, or at least at face value, watching the trailers and stuff, it looks extremely polished. So like vastly above average in terms of, general quality compared to most modern beat 'em up games. But it also does look to be leaning in directions that don't align fully with my sensibilities. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't enjoy it, but it's also, I don't know, a lot of factors that I just don't really know anything about. So I'm curious to play it to just get a sense of how the game is kind of structured, and what the mechanics are and all that. Because it's got a little bit of kind of RPG flavor to it. I don't know what kind of mechanics it has per se. I don't know if it's that like numbers heavy, but it seems to have elements of, I don't know, of that general broad nature, I suppose. Whether you're comparing it to Dragon's Crown or some kind of roguelite thing, or Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. But it does seem like it's got, my impression anyway, is that it's got some kind of aspect that's kind of vaguely in that direction. And Baki Hanma is a game that sort of felt like it came out of nowhere. When it was announced earlier this year, I feel like it was probably at like a Nintendo Direct or something like that. I don't remember where it was announced, or possibly just completely out of nowhere. It might even have been late last year, actually. I don't quite recall. But it is basically, so it's made by Purple Tree, who made Thunder Ray, and had previously been announced to be working on Space Hunters, which is currently the #1 beat 'em up I'm like excited for. Of all the like 400 beat 'em ups currently in development, or that have been announced, Space Hunters is the one I'm like the most excited for. And Thunder Ray was a game that, it's like a Punch-Out clone, sort of. That's the easiest way to describe it. With very elaborate traditional 2D animation. And I don't know, I'm like kind of puzzled still. It's been, I don't know, a month or two since we played Thunder Ray. I think actually I played it after Baki was announced, because I was like more intrigued to play it, maybe, I'm not sure. That was a game that sort of came and went, and the only thing I remember hearing about it at the time of release was that like it wasn't that great. So I didn't have high expectations when I played it, and I was like, it's actually really quite good. It doesn't play like Punch-Out, but that's not a complaint. It's kind of a, I mean, it's obviously inspired by it, but it does have some pretty significant differences in terms of structure and mechanics. But you know, in simple terms, it's a Punch Out like. So the Baki game was announced, and it's basically that. It's a Punch Out like based on, I guess Baki Hanma is like the new anime or whatever. That's I'm only like extremely superficially familiar with Grappler Baki, and I guess this is like a new, because I've seen like other media, there's like action figures and stuff coming out, so I'm assuming it's not just like here's this thing based on this, you know, 25-year-old property out of nowhere. I'm assuming there's like a current show or whatever that it's based on, but very, very intriguing combination of developer and game style and property and visuals and everything. So very excited for that. Those are the two kind of standouts, but there's a lot of other things I want to check out. There's Hotel Barcelona, which I really like. I don't know anything about what kind of game it is, but it's Swery's new game, and Hiroaki is doing like artwork and I guess probably character designs for it. So the art is like super striking and it looks awesome. I think it's like a 2D action platformy sort of a thing, maybe, but I don't even really know that confidently. There's a demo for Dead as Disco, which is a kind of beat 'em up rhythm game thing that I remember seeing a trailer for. I'm not being super convinced that it would be great, but curious to give it a try. There's a demo for Troublemaker 2 Beyond Dream, which is a game that I had on my spreadsheet, and I was surprised to see there's a demo for it. It's kind of a the game is from the Philippines, I think, or maybe Indonesia, or like somewhere in South Asia or Southeast Asia, I think. And it's a sequel, and it's a kind of, I don't know, it's like sort of a beat 'em up, but also I guess some kind of a narrative heavy adventure game sort of a thing. Like I don't think it's going to be for me, but I'm vaguely curious about it just because it's kind of beat 'em up adjacent. There's Truxton Extreme, which I heard some people were quite enthusiastic about. I'm not a big shoot 'em up person, but the sped up version of the stage 1 theme on the Mega Drive that plays at the wrong speed is a great song. So therefore, I want to play it. I think that's a Toaplan game originally. There's some other stuff. There's a game called Sheva, which I think is some sort of a platformy, fighty something. I think I looked at about half a second of footage, and there's like an interesting looking animation on a 2D character. I'm like, oh, I'll look at this. There's a game called Tackle for Loss, which is like a football themed, you know, roguelike top-down action RPG something. I was like, just like intrigued with the concept, so I wanted to just, like, try that. And it's like, I don't know, there's a bunch of other things. There's some stuff that's like vaguely fighting adjacent, some stuff that's maybe interesting for other reasons. There's some cool like art, like pixel art and stuff. There's some point and click adventure type things. Like there's a bunch of other stuff, but like I said, there's more games than we'll have time to look at, so we'll basically just be going down this list top to bottom and see how far we get through it. Yeah, Mr. Redden, I've seen that kind of pass by in my feeds, and I think it was in one of the one Discord that I'm in that I kind of what I said was, I have no idea what this is, but it absolutely looks like the kind of thing where Americans of a certain age will be extremely nostalgic for it. I was like, yep, okay, sure. But like, it's, you know, zero familiarity with it. But you know, everything old is coming back in some form or fashion, so why not? Anywho, I think we should get going. Let's fade out these jams. Let's hop on over here and see if we can get Absolum going here. I can preemptively avoid audio problems. That's fine. Let's see if we can get the capture going. Flashing through some opening screens here. Let me fix the game title as well. Gotta have the obligatory indie game cartoon. I do like that at least in this game, the visual style of this is a pretty good match for the game itself. Which is, you know, not always the case. Oh yeah, I guess I do have the timer thing on there. We'll make use of live split to give us a vague idea of how long we spend with each demo. Might as well just start the timer. Submars Death. Not into FPSs. Played Amashka. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, so I think the art in this is obviously very polished. I wouldn't say it's unappealing, but it's not. Oh yeah, let me actually connect my controller. That might help. But it doesn't super speak to me. You know, I tend to prefer things that are a little more colorful and vibrant. The fantasy setting, I think, is, you know, it's not too overcrowded as far as this type of game goes. But it's also not, you know, my jam, really. Based on early footage, I'm not really in love. Like, there's not any one of these characters that is like, oh, dude, I can't wait to play that character. It's possible that some of them can do cool things that make them cool to control. But ultimately, I think, you know... Well, I shouldn't say ultimately, but rather... kind of on the contrary, as far as first impressions go, you know, you kind of want to have characters, or at least one character, that really sort of speaks to you, or at least I do. That's usually the kind of, you know, the point that I sort of latch onto early on, you know. If there's a character who looks cool, if there's a character who I really want to control, that'll get me excited for a game. And on the flip side, you know, if there isn't, and this is very true for fighting games, especially, like, that's where I guess I would sort of encounter that feeling the most often. But I think it's definitely true for something like this as well. You know, I can't really think of a beat 'em up that I really enjoy where I can't play as a character who I really like the look and feel of. I suppose there are some games where the mechanics and the feel of the game sort of trump what the characters are. But I'm not sure if I can think, like I said, of an example of something that I really love. You know, it's like there might be games that I can sort of put up with not having a character I really like because there's other things to carry it. And, you know, that could be the case for this game as well. But for me to get really excited about playing a beat 'em up, I feel like I want there to be characters, or at least a character who I'm really excited to play. And the aesthetics of that character is going to play a not insignificant part of that. What's up, Soletta? We've got a lot of buttons here. Jump, dash, strike, skill. Interact, inventory, Arcanas 1 and 2. Map, pause menu, yeah. Very controller-based game. Audio level seems alright, but you guys yell at me if you think it's too quiet or too loud once we're in the game, I suppose. Actually, I just realized, I don't know, I was flipping around with some screen settings, so I'm actually not sure what this will tell us. Alright, we were at minus 2000 FPS there for a bit. I'm not sure what my screen refresh rate is, but because I think I said it's... I usually keep it at 120 because sometimes having it in non-multiples of 60 can get kind of... because it's like my screen supports up to 165 hertz, I think. Well, whatever. We'll see if things get weird. Post it. I don't care. Bloom retro. Okay. Wait. Off and no CRT. Weird. So it doesn't default to like highest. Oh. I guess we'll do this and we'll see if frame rate drops below 60. These are things that are a little bit hard to parse what they actually mean without playing. Yeah, we'll just we'll play the game and we'll see. Arl, Elandra. Wait, so okay, I guess they have like different color palettes. Kind of weird that it's like defaulting to the character on the, well, whatever. Oh yeah, okay. So they don't change in the main screen, but I guess in the top left what your selected color is. I like the screen an awful lot. Like, this is sick. Like, I guess so. The other, right, the characters we've seen, right, it's like elf, knight, warrior, main character, man. There's like, you know, stocky punch dwarf or whatever. I'm not sure if there's like he's a grappler or whatever. But there's these two characters. Then there's like thief, rogue, assassin, lady, who's half robot. And there's like wizard, frog. I would assume that this, of these two, that this is more my speed. But I'm actually kind of curious to try both characters. Your levels do simple. I'm gonna turn up the audio a little bit, and if it's too loud, we can turn it down in game. Yeah, it's fantasy smoke, so it's fine.
Magic molded our civilization. For generations,
also, he's got dwarven lung fortitude, I'm sure.
But our ways were not without risk. Our thirst for knowledge tore the world's fabric, unleashing the cataclysm of Yeldrin. Azra, the Conqueror, raised his legions, outlawing magic and persecuting wizards. A merciless war started, spanning many years on every realm. Now,
I like the look of these guys.
few of us remain. We are all that stands against Azra's tyranny, keeping the flame of hope burning for revenge. For how long will this cold sun cast its shadow upon us?
Yeah, the presentation's great. Even that little opening cinematic, like, I'm usually pretty allergic.
The prisoner's convoy is almost here. It is time.
Elf warrior's a lady, I guess.
Let's save Mother!
You know, I'm pretty allergic to these, like, lengthy lore dump intros, but, you know, they kept it kind of to a minimum. And I just realized, like, as soon as these characters started talking to, I was like, oh no, we're not gonna have a long dialogue sequence, are we? But yeah, no, thankfully, it was pretty short. Oh, he's okay, he's coming with.
We should cut through the mountain.
Lighting looks good, but I'm curious. I hope it doesn't.
So many soldiers.
Once we're gonna be fighting someone, I hope we can actually see shit. A little bit of a struggle currently. Come on.
Clutch rooms. Be careful when you jump down.
Cool visual effects. I'm just like looking at a lot of little tiny things. Oh yeah, there was a thing there that I didn't read. Very satisfying like anticipation on that jump knee. I'm gonna... There we go. I like this is a gradual thing, but I'm just gonna... Oh, I guess I can keep it low. Like, controller shaking on every hit is like pretty obnoxious. You know, I'm just gonna turn it off. I guess it was the thing was pointing at that blue bar on the HUD, where I got some kind of tutorial thing. Arcana, okay. Special moves.
The way you wield
That's
your arcana
speed up there. Do you see that? I guess that's like a
directs
Capcom arcade beat 'em up fast forward button. If that's the case, that's good. Interact to pick up. Okay, so that's my mana bar. Oh, I guess I wonder if that's my... Is that what I use for my Arcana, or are they on cooldowns? Select. Hang on. Let me just double check. Okay, yeah, so I was gonna say, like, that was a dash thing, right? So the dash is also like a parry, I guess. What happened there? Oh.
Crimson Order will send reinforcements soon.
Fighting mechanics yet to be
It won't matter if we
explained and explored, I suppose. Pick up a rock. Okay, is that okay? That's my like current weapon, I guess.
Our comrades.
Oh, it's interesting. You can hold the B button instead of double tapping.
Make their sacrifice count.
Narrative flourish. Pretty cool. Significantly more exciting than endless, tedious
She's there. Hurry.
dialogue bits. Like I very much enjoy that the talking is kind of kept to a minimum, and that some of it literally happens
If we don't liberate your child, all is lost.
like while the action is ongoing.
My
But obviously the
children,
pace is very odd
there
currently
is
because it's all like sort of intro tutorially.
These shackles are feeding on my essence. Break them.
Alright, we're done here. Oh, that looks cool.
Bind a ritual to your blood. You'll need it for this battle.
Okay. Break. Okay. Blazing dash. Can I... Oh, these are... I see. These are two different objects. Okay, yeah, so this is definitely... Yeah, we're getting into some Hades shit, I guess. Has me pretty curious to get a better sense of what the actual game structure is. So I'm assuming my... Actually, no, do I have a skill? Okay, it's a big, heavy attack, and that one will be fire. Sure, let's
First light.
get this one, I
pierce
guess.
the skin of darkness. Guard me with your life. Death is not to be feared.
Okay, she does have like an air... Okay, oh, wow, okay, that still worked. I did not time that correctly.
As long as I breathe, I will find you.
Alright, good. Nice looking explosions. Yeah, I'm into this. Like, I like the presentation and everything a lot. So... Throw a rock. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm assuming I'm gonna need to, like, do some kind of guard break type situation. Oh, okay. I could grab him. Maybe, I guess you... I guess you can only grab humanoid enemies. Oh, there's some like back attack. Okay. Alright, okay, that didn't work. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Death is just another step on your journey.
Okay.
You gave your life for me. I give it back, true to our pact.
Fair enough.
Azra wants to muzzle magic.
Yeah.
I'm barely free. His control. You'll have to weaken him. There is one nearby in Grander.
Okay. So I guess, in a matter of speaking, this was progress. I wonder if I was meant to die.
A ritual of fire would be maintained.
I didn't really get a sense of how much damage I was doing to the, like, I feel like I barely hit that guy.
The Root Sisters have many secrets.
But I'm guessing this is some kind of...
Go now and strike.
Demon Souls Nexus sort of a situation.
Glory to you, children of Absolum.
My tree is famished. Here.
All right.
Praise the blessed mothers. Death with your mother bear like this old tree. Beyond the altar, you will reach Grandery.
And there's like they're kind of throwing a lot. Like, I'm not super lost or anything, but they are kind of throwing a fair amount of stuff at once, and I still don't really know what I'm doing or where I'm going. I guess there's a practice dummy up here.
This door is blocked.
So there's no dodging or dashing in the air, no double jumps, no directional attacks, I guess, when jumping, but you do have the jump skill. Running skill, I guess, is the same as doing it. Change Arcana. Huh. Okay. Like, unlock other moves.
Ah, you finally made it.
Alright. Made it back to the character select screen. I'm still learning this character, so I'm good, thanks. Play online. Is this the main menu? Yes, maybe it is. Got some kind of Arc System Works
Is a collection of
Dragon Ball type situation. Bowl of gems. I guess it's not a bowl, but a barrel. Okay, so I collect gems. They're used for... Wait, ride? Oh. I guess it's an elevator. I feel like they could have made that a little more clear. I guess this is just a complete sort of index of all the junk I have sort of amassed or collected. Like, I've barely seen what a level is, so I have no context for what this location is, sort of, you know. Start run. Okay, that's what they call that. Okay, so I guess maybe if you complete the game, there's some sort of I don't know, more stuff to happen here narratively, but not, you know, I don't really need to worry about that currently, I guess. And to
I bestow upon you a
Alright, so these things are, yeah, it says new because I've never come across it, or at least I guess I've never had it before. Fiery Ring. Consuming 1 mana chunk. I still didn't really...
This one seeks to consume the world.
Many agree. As it is, it will help you trace your until.
Map. Oh, okay, so there's a map. Okay, well, not sure how much help that is currently. I'm guessing, I don't know, I'm getting the impression that we got some sort of a whatever it's called, like Jidaigeki Neketsu world map type of situation. Okay, so all right, that did use the meter. Landing hits fills it back up. It's interesting. I don't know if that blue flash was like a counter hit or something. I guess the slow motion meant that that was the last enemy of the screen. Combo's very, or the combo meter, I should say. Very Streets of Rage 4-esque. Okay, yeah, there's like tech rolling. Wait, why did that other dude die? Not exactly the kind of enemies I'm the most excited about fighting. Combat feels good.
We are slowly taking back our land.
Yeah, like so far I'm very anxious about the structure of this. Throwing axe, okay. Oh, did I? Okay, you can like dodge. Oh, you can grab these. A little confusing what enemies you can grab and not. I'm assuming this just fills up the gauge. Yeah, there's a lot of these little flashes and stuff that I don't really know what they're supposed to indicate. Yeah, like each, I mean, the art's awesome.
The remains of the last dragon.
This might be a boon.
But every screen is like kind of boring. Or I mean, it's like it's so start and stop. And I'm sure like as we progress, each like room will be more intense. Okay, mistime that. I see. But it's like it doesn't get to build up any kind of momentum. Okay, that thing is like glowy.
This shrine is shackled.
Because there's like
Defiled.
20 seconds of action. Like I thought the little intro tutorial thing was going to be very start and stop and like, you know, not let you really get into things. But it's almost like it's becoming even more so once we actually started playing. Like surely things will evolve and change. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I am fine with the idea of like a rogue-like structure because it's not something I have much experience with in this genre. I still never really tried the Streets of Rage 4 DLC, for example, which is of course what these same people were working on, like immediately prior to this, basically, or even possibly alongside it, right? I've played a bunch of rogue structured action games and enjoyed them, so I have no like no qualms about that as a concept. I think there's quite a few games that are sort of looking to do that, and I think it will probably be kind of, at least for me, wearing out its welcome pretty quickly. But my sort of uncertainties and whatever you want to call them about this game isn't really about that necessarily. I mean, it's you know, it's connected to it in that the structure of it and you know, the nature of the kind of incremental upgrades and stuff you're getting does involve a lot of these little elemental things and percentages and numbers and like but what I'm a little bit sort of confused by, or sort of not as on board as I would like to be, isn't even really any of that stuff. It's much more about the pacing of like the just the flow of it, which feels very odd. But that could change both in terms of like once you actually get into the game, you know, when they finish making the game or whatever, but just like how long is a run and what's the timing sort of window of when it gets exciting. I don't know. But when I think of like Spelunky or Hades or even like Rogue Legacy or whatever I can think of that's sort of broadly similar that I've played, obviously they have an escalation and they all have in common that you sort of learn an area at the time and you eventually get to a point where the early stuff is going to be fairly trivial and then you go to a place where it's more challenging and what have you. But I don't really recall any of those games feeling like the first like several rooms or levels are just like boring or tedious while you get to where you want to go. And here I'm like almost getting that impression despite the fact that I've just started. And it's not even that it's like too easy. I'm getting killed by enemies, or I'm getting beat up at least. But I'm just like not excited about fighting snails and crabs and birds and dogs. And I'm not excited about, like, I walk into this empty area where I scroll through 2 empty screens and then I fight 4 animals and then I get a dramatic slow-mo finish and then I walk 2 more empty screens before a screen transition and then I repeat that. Like the sort of micro level pacing of that is what I have issue with. Oh, I guess the micro pacing in terms of the encounters and the fights and the flow of the combat feels great. But I guess I still don't want to call it the macro pacing because it's not about like an entire run, but just like how the beginning and end of each room feels like really all the excitement sort of dies down. And you know, in a game like Hades, it makes sense that you have a room where you have to fight everything and then you're done. You have that moment of like relief and like, oh, okay, we're done, I can relax. I get to tell the game when we're going to start the action again. I think that makes sense, and that might make way more sense in this game eventually. But with the nature and size of these encounters, but also more specifically, again, like once I enter a new room, the fight doesn't start. It's still, you know, this super serene, still nothing happening mood until I push the screen, you know, a couple of screens further. There's something about that that just feels off to me. But that's obviously, you know, just a very quick first impression. Landing on the ground causes pushback. Dash causes pushback. That one, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything to say about the combat mechanics because I don't. I don't really have enough experience with it just yet. World map updated, ritual chained. Wait, so is the arrow pointing at that ritual chained thing on the bottom left? Seems like it should be pointing to where I'm at and not wherever that is, but the little windy swooshes to sort of indicate the edge of the screen. Like I was gonna say that one thing I do have a little bit of an issue with is that it seems
the cataclysm eroded the bond between tribes.
like there's a risk of certain things being a little ambiguous in terms of what you can interact with and stuff. Everything has like the same sort of degree of detail and fidelity, but it is, I mean, the game is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I figured like enemies get more interesting, but at the same time, you know,
You'll be safe here.
Unspeakable horror
You may rest.
It's hard to gauge how rapidly that will change and to what degree those like less interesting things will still carry through, etc. But you know, you can't judge it off of the first immediate impressions anyway. What's up, Base Hole? Thank you very much for your continued support. Appreciate that. And it's like, yeah, we're still obviously being introduced to a lot of concepts for the first time. Rest up. So it's just...
no desire to rot here.
Did I? I guess I rested up.
It's closed.
Close the door. Yeah, this whole map stuff I'm not super keen on. This looks like it's not quite cut off correctly. Oh yeah, I guess I have fire and water on my dash. I didn't really pay too close attention. Wait. Oh yeah, that's behind... Wait. Yeah, that's behind the locked door. Okay.
Here they come.
You take our homes, we burn yours.
Come and try it, maggot.
I like the character's like expressiveness. Jay, thank you very much for your continued support. Oh wait, I guess these two guys aren't friendly either. Oh shit, anti-air. Pain, fistful of crystals. Okay. So I take it the crystals are some kind of meta progression currency. There seemed to be some kind of indication that I could spend it or do something with it in like the Nexus mount. Okay. But I didn't really figure out where that was, if that's the case. Wait. Whoa. Okay. I pressed the mount button. Okay, we're done here, I guess. Kinetic armor. Deflect spawns. Oh, okay. So this, I guess, means whenever I parry,
Memories howl around this.
I get a full bar of mana. Okay. There's like a lot to keep track of. Yeah, I guess I'm about to die. I fucked up. Oh, well. I meant to try to parry to build back meter. Didn't really work out. I guess punching furniture also gives me meter. Guess he's got like full super armor. Got some cash. What's up, NPC? Does this meet the criteria for medieval blandness? Sort of. I think in terms of setting, conceptually, sure. But it doesn't look, you know, it doesn't look bland. And that counts for a lot. All right, this grenade over there. Yeah, I'm still not super clear on how grabbing works. Yeah, the music's real boring for sure. I was gonna comment on that before. Okay, so this is the one I have, but it's like leveled up, I guess. Okay, yeah, so the little icon at the bottom is like a foot, so that's indicating that it's connected to the dash. So this is just like it improves everything I do that causes a tidal wave. So my two little dash things light up when I'm standing next to this one. I guess that means like connected to those or whatever. It's like the same type, maybe. So wait. Small tidal waves and all tidal waves gain damage and push back. So this 24 to 40 damage only applies to some kind of tidal waves that I don't have, because these are like different small tidal waves. I guess we get this one.
Hear the waves filled with sorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the blandness, I mean, for me, obviously, if things are meant to be kind of realistic, that increases the blandness factor for sure. So the fact that this has like, you know, French comic book cartoon aesthetics goes a long way to not making it look and feel super, you know, bland. But even beyond that, I think the character designs, like the player characters, are clearly... They clearly made an effort to not have the most generic, like, RPG party. You know, they're not really cookie cutter character archetypes. I think the dwarf is maybe the closest. But even then, like, he doesn't have a big hammer or a big axe or whatever, right? So he's like a... I guess I didn't play him yet, but it looked as though he was more of a boxer, puncher kind of a you know, dude. That kind of stuff going on. Maybe a grappler. So that, you know, isn't the most super stereotypical dwarf sort of thing. If you know, if you picture medieval fantasy dwarf in your head, like, it's not fully 100% where your mind would go. But even then, like, I think the character designs are all... The hero characters, the player characters, they're all quite charismatic. They're well designed. So it certainly could be more bland. But I think probably the things that make it lean the furthest towards that direction for me are the color palette and the music. And I would say, like, this character design, this guy right here, has, like, you know, it still leans slightly, not in terms of the, like, the silhouette, but the costume design. It's a little more grounded and down to earth than something you would see in, like, the Capcom fantasy games from the late 80s and 90s. Like, it could, for my tastes, certainly go a fair bit more fantastical in the looks. But even the little goblins, you know, they, I think, lean more in that direction that I kind of like. You know, they've got the wraps and the little pauldrons, and, like, it doesn't feel... I don't know how to explain it, but, you know, it feels a little video gamey, a little cartoony, a little stylized in, you know, with some kind of intent in terms of the design of the outfits, which I appreciate. But even this guy, even though I think his outfit's kind of boring, like, it's a good character design. He's got a very expressive face. I like his physical presence, like the shield, the huge shield and stuff. I like the character, like, for what it is, for being in a realm that doesn't broadly appeal to me that much. I quite like the character designs. I wouldn't say I love them, for sure. I think they're good. But if the game had an overall more, you know, a bit more of a vibrant aesthetic and a little more, you know, it wouldn't necessarily have to be like full Conan Barbarian type stuff or whatever, but just like a bit less of this kind of brown, beige, dark, and a little more, not just vibrant in the literal sense of the colors, but also just like the characters and the clothing, the outfits and everything being a little more fantastical, a little more larger than life. Again, like looking at King of Dragons or Magic Sword or those kinds of games. Not necessarily D&D as much, although those games have more appealing character designs than this to me, for sure. But like, that's, as far as fantasy type stuff goes, that's my preferred kind of aesthetic. But being within this sort of aesthetic, it's still, I think it's well executed.
So it was true. Wizards helping the goblins. You'll choke on your own blood, traitor.
Okay, I mean, I don't think I'm quite helping the goblins here, but that was sick. Little interactions and animations. That's not the button I was looking for. That was. I accidentally parried. Right, so that parry did give me... Okay. I mistook his blocking tell for an attack tell.
Death is just another step on your journey.
Okay, so let's figure out what the hell any of this means. I've got 2,913 something fans. Stats, okay. Radiance. Okay. Did I
Hush now, my dove.
spend my fan points to level up my wizard mom?
The order of the root system. Every step you make on our bond is growing.
I guess that's what she's
and so
explaining,
are
but
my powers. This is a contest of immortals. Azra.
now I have 3 currencies that I don't know what they are instead of just the one. In history, okay.
My children. Reken isn't, she is intimate.
So I'm assuming it's going to be a little bit of a Hades sort of situation where this place is going to become kind of gradually more populated.
My heart lies in this tree. Feed it crystals.
So is this... Yeah, it's like I took that to mean that I'm supposed to spend... But maybe I wasn't allowed to spend crystals here last time. Locked by spending 30. Okay, I don't have 30. And wait. Oh, no. Okay, these cost 10, but there's like a next level that I access by spending 30. I see. Critical, throwable damage, starting gold. I mean, I don't know if... I don't think I've had a chance to spend gold, so this doesn't seem immediately valuable. HP max... sure does though. Let's get that. And I guess critical chance, why not? All right, we successfully used one of our currencies.
The blessed mothers.
Thing? No.
Step closer. I won't bite you.
All right, she's cool. Would immediately jump 2 tiers if you like the narrator voice. I think it's pretty cool, but it's more like the...
It's good you managed to free the big lady. You did better than any of us. She's tasked me with pushing you beyond your need to improve. I expect you to give
I guess it's more the writing. Like it could be way worse, but it's still a little bit, I guess, flowery and sort of expecting me to like it hinges a little bit on the audience being kind of into
Our quest to reclaim Talon starts
the lore and what's going on and everything. Strikes, inflict burn, skill. I mean, this seems pretty good. You do a lot of striking. So, I guess there are 3 paths, so I can go down. If I can break this, there we go. Grab a rock, sure. I'm reminded a little bit of Gabriel Knight, the original one, which has this, you know, old Cajun lady or whatever, who's like a great atmospheric narrator, but she takes like 45 minutes to say anything, so it's like immediately kind of just drives you nuts. This isn't anywhere near as bad, but it like it gives me a little bit of that vibe of just taking a little bit of a moment to sort of get to the point, you know, just sort of by nature of wanting to give this sort of you know, motherly, authoritatively sort of like the way the character speaks. Okay, I got hit by something. It's sort of designed to contribute to a certain feel. Okay, thought it would give me a bigger health. And that has this little, you know, it's a little bit sort of, not necessarily pretentious, but just a little bit slow and grandiose, and not, you know, it could sort of get to the point a little more, with a little more urgency sometime. Okay, so just tapping the strike button just tosses dudes instantly. No other grab attacks, I guess. Yeah, I guess performative is a good word for it. I mean, like, being like very theatrical can be very appropriate in some cases, but yeah, I guess for narration, it's kind of a thin line to straddle, to not be like overly I guess annoying, for lack of a better word. So you can clearly cancel some things into dashes, but I definitely don't really have the rules sort of clear. Oh, okay, more attacks. So I wonder if that red flash indicates that something's like unparryable or something. Huh. Like the pushback. Right. I broke armor, I guess. Getting buttons mixed up. So alright, that certainly did a lot better there than
For each
other
mighty
encounters.
foe
That's, yeah,
defeated,
mighty
you grow
foes.
strong.
Those bosses. Now I get some other, okay, so I guess these go in my left Arcana thing, or is this just a fully separate category of thing? Plus 10% damage and plus 10 move speed for 10 seconds will kill an enemy. This can be accumulated, but I'm assuming it's the seconds that can accumulate and not the percentage bonus. Well, maybe, who knows. Greatly increase all damage by 40% at the cost of splitting damage among all targets hit. What does that mean? Does that mean that instead of instead of doing full damage to everything, it'll now start dividing damage? So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like this, right? Having to stop to read this and then having to stop for a bit further to try to understand what any of it means. And then even further, I guess, if you want to think about the implications of your current run's strategy or whatever. Like, that's the thing. I've enjoyed, aside from the games I mentioned before, like action roguelike type things, you know, I played a fair bit of Balatro recently. I was hugely addicted to Slay the Spire for some time. I was really into Fights in Tight Spaces, which is, you know, has an action theme to it, but it's all turn-based and quite, you know, well, I was gonna say it's quite slow. That's the thing. When I play these games, they're extremely slow. It takes me like several hours to do a run. So that's why, like, this sort of thing for me, like, is a bit of an awkward fit for a type of game where I expect or would want to have a pretty high and, more importantly, sustained degree of, like, intensity. Yeah, I just think that the description of this is, like, kind of confusing, but I guess we'll take this and we'll see if we can understand what it means. Yeah, it's like definitely all the numbers stuff that has me the most sort of, well, not the presence of it, I guess, but the implications that it has for the pace of the experience. That I'm like not super enthused with. All right, time to look at the map. Okay, so if I go up here, yeah, we can actually see the routes sort of connecting there to whatever that was, house. Oh yeah, so we see the closed door. Well, I guess we'll try going place we haven't been. Like, again, the whole, like, map stuff is also, like, how much is that gonna make it feel sort of sprawling and aimless versus having a more rigid, like, stage structure. Time will tell. Did I do that? No, I think that was them. I did some kind of clash with my attack there, it looked like. I will say,
This might be a boon.
I think it's pretty nice, I guess, that, this looks like I could, like, jump up here. Something, like, hidden behind the... Yeah, I figured, like, very conspicuous little tree. What was I saying? Yeah, so the combo thing, like the combo immediately ending after killing the last enemy,
A raft is arriving below.
I think is probably good. Alright, important, you can knock dudes off the platform. I fucked up. Well, goes both ways. Try to grab. The grabbing's weirdly awkward. Okay, so you don't, like, whenever you throw backwards, even though the animation is similar, it is still a forward throw and a backwards throw are not quite the same. So there's like a little bit of startup to the throw, and I guess you're vulnerable during it. I didn't really think about that. Anyway, yeah, so like in games like Streets of Rage 4 and Final Vendetta, where there's like heavy incentives, that's interesting, to maintain long combos. That can be like a little, can get to be a bit much. So for it to kind of naturally just naturally wrap up, which it didn't do now, but maybe I don't know. It seemed to happen instantly when I kill the last enemy sometime. Like, it could create a situation where you feel really frustrated and annoyed for not maintaining a combo, and trying to maintain a combo throughout the entire level, especially between screen transitions, Like, it is a thing in at least Final Vendetta. I think it's a thing in Streets of Rage 4 too. Like, I can appreciate that for some people it might be a cool high-level challenge, but I don't mind it being sort of kneecapped by like, yeah, no, that's not going to be a thing. Like maintaining that like long, perfect, like you can still maintain combos throughout the entire room, but I think that's probably fine to say like that's kind of where the limit's drawn. What's up, Armored Macaw? Subway, welcome. You can mention your game by all means, but I have a long list of things that I'm going to get through, or that I'm not going to get through, rather. So I won't be, I'm not soliciting suggestions for games to play unless you happen to be familiar with my taste and think genuinely that it's something I would really enjoy, but I'm not sure that's the case. But I appreciate the struggle of getting your game out there, so free to mention it. Launched enemies spawn 20 mana worth of orbs on collisions with something, I guess. Wave Arcana. Okay, so now my uppercut whatever spawns a full scale tidal wave. I guess getting more gauge is going to be valuable, so let's do that.
Comes the ocean.
I'll be honest, this tower defense roguelike shooter does not sound like it would be up my alley, but I wish you the best of luck. I hope you get wish lists and reach during Steam Next Fest.
Our champion will end you.
I will see about this.
I am Kazorg.
Pretty generic as far as these things go, but again, charismatic.
Champion of the tribe. There can be only one.
I think the voice acting overall is fine, but I think, like, the fact that I have to, like, button through the dialogue manually, like, all this stuff I think could have been snappier for sure. It's one of those things where, of course, like, having the dialogue not be automated is on some level, you know, improves accessibility. I have more control over the game and the flow of it and all of that, but and the timing is so tricky when there's like 4 seconds of wind up for an attack. I keep dodging like way too early because I can't really react to the animation itself. I have to just like predict the timing of it. I mean, obviously it's just an experience thing. You just learn it. But it just feels bad to recognize what's happening, press the correct button, like make the correct choice, but make the correct choice half a second too soon. I have no complaints with the design of it, but it's again just still haven't gotten to spend any money, so but it's strictly just on an emotional level. I feel like it doesn't feel good.
Praise the blessed mothers.
But yeah, whenever you have these little dialogue bits, boss intros and stuff, the way, especially with the knight guy who like hit the goblin behind him and everything, like that was super cool. But I feel like all these things could have been so much snappier, and like literally if they just had the dialogue advance automatically so that they could time it a little more tightly and more controlled, it would have made for a better impression, in my personal opinion. I think that speaks to the core flaw of parry-centric design. Yeah, I mean, I don't have
The forest reeks of blood and betrayal. The tribes are on the warpath.
Dodge grants you fiery. Sure, let's do something we haven't done before. I guess we'll go center this time. I guess I don't want to like.
This is a declaration of war against any trespasser. Yet I
don't want to say anything too definitively yet. Like I'm still learning. But I definitely have the thought that like so far, the different bosses and bigger enemies, like the fact that there seems to be a lot of armor. Like there does not seem to be a lot, and I think that's probably often true in games that have. What's that up? These kinds of mechanics that spacing and positioning become sort of less important. Because being in range of an enemy isn't like an inherent risk. Is there some kind of hidden thing? Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, Jay, but I also think like it's fair. Like again, like why I'm also not like super keen on judging too much based on that at this juncture. It's because I think it's more about like how do I feel about that once you get more used to things. Because I could see it being a thing where eventually it becomes more about recognizing and like remembering which enemy has sort of which timing and how it works, and you're fully aware of all of it, but you have to juggle multiple enemies sort of at once. Just like in general, like I think in most good beat 'em ups, enemy designs aren't necessarily about any one enemy being difficult or tedious to fight, but having a specific strategy. Oh, the range. That individually is like not complicated, but when you have to fight different enemies at once that all have like different effective ranges and spacing, so that like putting yourself in position to effectively fight one enemy puts you in the line of fire of somebody else. And I guess I don't have super much experience with games like this that have that sort of mechanic, so to speak. Oh, okay. I want to see if I could. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, the what's it called? Skill button does this. Oh, and it does cost health to use, or whatever, bore meter. Like I think that it doesn't feel great to kind of fuck it up as you're learning, but I don't know how it's gonna feel once I'm sort of juggling different enemies with different timings. I will give it the benefit of the doubt and say that it might still make for something kind of interesting. But yeah, instinctively I do agree, Jay. Like I think I would not expect it to feel as good, at least with this specific kind of implementation, because the closest thing I would think of otherwise is Knights of the Round, which doesn't have a parry button, but it does have a block mechanic. And especially once you get to some of the, I don't even want to say later bosses, but past like the first two bosses, all of the bosses have very specific abilities and patterns that sort of prey on the fact that parrying is kind of directionally sensitive, because you hit the attack button and then backwards to go in a blocking stance, so you can very easily get crossed up and sort of fuck up your block inputs. And that game is like very much built around the blocking for a number of reasons, but because it like I have mixed feelings about the game, because I think the controls are quite awkward, because you have like attacking and blocking on the same button, but also like 2 or maybe even 3 other different types of attacks. And I think it's awesome to, like, it's a very economical design to have a lot of different abilities tied to the same button. I think that's very elegant in one way, but it also, of course, causes a lot of overlap in inputs. And I think part of that is kind of by design, or the game is sort of built around that. Like, part of the challenge is like learning how to, like, clean inputs is very much a skill you have to develop to get good at that game. And it's definitely quite satisfying when you do get, like, when you get good at it and you manage to pull off blocking with, like, because it's not like a super tight timing window when you perform the block or anything. Like, you go into a stance and you hold it. I think you can actually choose how long you hold it, but if you hold it too long, you go into this sort of exhausted stance where you're vulnerable. There might be a minimum time. I don't remember exactly how it works. Interestingly, the Super Famicom home version does put blocking on a separate button, which makes the game pretty different. But of course, you know, it has way fewer enemies and a lot of other changes to the game. It's a good port, as I understand it, even though it's not exactly arcade accurate. But in that game, I think the blocking still... it's committal in a totally different way than the parrying is in this game, and, you know, a lot of other games that have this style of parry. Which means that here, I think, like, your positioning and the parrying, or like positioning, attacking, and parrying feel like they're more independent of each other, whereas in Knights of the Round, literally attacking and parrying is done on the same button, so they're very intertwined. But also, because parrying, or blocking, whatever, I'm using the terms interchangeably, because blocking requires the use of the joystick, means that, again, like, you know, a better way would be to say that movement uses the joystick, attacking uses the attack button, and blocking uses both the joystick and the attack button. So you can never block without it also impacting your ability to move and or attack. So the decision making on a micro level of, like, where you're trying to put your character on screen, which direction you're trying to face, whether you're trying to attack or defend, it's all, like, physically tied to the same inputs and the same actions you're performing as a player. So it's very much not the case, as it might be in a lot of, not necessarily beat 'em ups traditionally, but other types of action games, where you're, like, doing combat, you're doing offense, you're fighting, you're doing combos, you're mashing X or whatever, and then you're doing that until you see the tell that tells you, like, oh, now you're supposed to press the other button to abort what you're doing, to do a parry, to then go back to what you were doing. Like, and Knights of the Round, in my opinion, doesn't have that kind of flow at all. I think there's still plenty of room for positioning to still be important, especially when you're dealing with multiple enemies, and for, like, the parrying stuff to still be fun and satisfying. But I guess I don't, at this point yet, have any kind of sense of what, like, developing strategies against bosses will be like and how fun that will be. But I feel like, in general, wearing down an armor so that a boss is vulnerable isn't something that I find super, like, I guess, you know, it can work fine. Bosses and beat 'em ups is always kind of a tricky thing. Like, I guess it's sort of, it's reliable enough, but so far, and maybe because it's all, like, first bosses, just, like, different ones, but the ones we've fought, I think, you know, they felt similar enough that, you know, I'm kind of wailing on them and learning when to parry so I can keep wailing on them. And there's not really that much difference whether I'm wailing on them to break down their armor or to do damage. So I don't know, but we'll see. Pressure is a mechanic. Okay. Overpressure. I'm trying to figure out it's it sounds like I take longer to build up to a critical, but that critical will do more I don't know. This doesn't sound like it's good. Sonic boom, projectile on my Arcana. So what's the one I already have? Oh, that's, wait. Can I see? Nope. I guess I just have to learn the icons. I don't really know what the thing I have does, but get this one, I guess. Oh yeah, so I went to the place that was marked on the map. So now it's telling me, I guess giving me a hint of where I might want to go. Oh well. Wait, okay, well. I guess we're going this way?
I've been waiting. Do you see these delight? If you see one, you should search.
Okay. Mounts don't feel like super great, I guess, but
Time is our
alright, okay.
greatest treasure.
Guess it's like good to have it. I don't know. Okay. Talkable person.
I won't challenge you. My company was killed trying to fix the bridge. The goblins roam the river. Alone, I am no match for their... Please talk to their elder if we cannot send our tribute.
The only path is down there.
Yeah, it's a little funky to have stuff like this where it's... I could go up there. Like, you would just learn the layout of stuff as you play multiple times. But getting sort of hints at where things are... I'm not really sure what to make of it, I guess. Okay, so do I just... Yep. Well, okay. I was gonna say, do I expend my boar? Then I fell off, but I think I just fell off because I was hit by a grenade. I love the fact that there's different animations for dodging up and down. I think that's pretty sick. But I don't know if they have any... Oh wow, you even do like a full-on fucking Fatal Fury dodge attacks. That's actually really interesting. Because you don't have anything like that when you're dashing forward. Interesting. Untrainer Ritual, it puts the next one on your map. Yeah, I guess I just don't exactly know what that means. Like, I got a thing, and now I have that thing. I'm on board that far. I'm just not really sure what the implications are for the future. I don't know.
Even the smallest thing can help.
Shot. So I mean, I feel like I've seen this exact screen before. Have I been here, or is it just same? I don't know. Bread, thank you. I'll take that. We've been playing this for a while, and we haven't even tried dwarf yet, or finished the demo for that matter. All right, you can knock him down. Good. I dodged into parry, then I finished dashing and started comboing him before I could parry anyway. I think the same thing kind of almost happened there. I dashed, and then I counter hit him. But yeah, there's definitely not a lot of... I mean, maybe from looking at the map, maybe when you do get little interludes, but there's not a great sense of, like, progressing, and... I'm just thinking of it, like, compared to an arcade beat-em-up and having the the sort of flow from level to level, and the narrative and sort of... not necessarily narrative, but that sort of forward momentum and thrust and sense of progression. Doesn't necessarily come through in the same way. Keep things simple. Ooh, okay. So clearly there's some kind of guard crush thing happening there, but I'm not sure if I could have predicted that based on, well, anything. I just dashed into the attack same as I would anything else, but it left me vulnerable instead. Sonic Barrage. Sonic Booms are deployed much faster. Right. I have a Sonic Boom attached to something. My Arcana, maybe? I didn't use it much. Much faster sounds good, I guess.
Long lost memories.
Fight Orc here. Not great health, but...
You made us. Our champion will end you.
That we fight.
Alright. I tried to jump. I panicked, so I like press dash and the Arcana at the same time. Press dash and... oh my god. Okay. Oh, the second dash was more correctly timed, I guess. Hey, I got him. Very barely.
We'll meet again on the playground.
What's up, Atomic Runner? How's Next Fest going? I mean, there's some interesting games. As far as getting through multiple demos, things aren't going great. This is the first one we're playing today. I have pretty mixed thoughts on it, which is to be expected based on my perception of what kind of a game it is. But there's a lot to like about it. Replace skill in air with a multi-hit spinning attack. Replace X finisher with a multi-hit spirit claw attack. I don't even really know what my finisher is. I guess it's that, like, sidekick. Do this. I'm not sure
The champion has fallen. I claim
how long
safe
we'll
passage.
live past this point. Hopefully there's some kind of bonfire or healing or something.
Awaits you above, stranger.
Subtitle for this one. But we shall see. Rock? Sure, I'll grab that. Hidden over here? Nope. Alright, let's get on board. Go up. City of Schnorkel.
These sigils indicate ancient sites that are beholden.
Alright, okay.
They understand the nature of the trees.
Okay. Heart plus.
We welcome you, Dustbowl. You vanquished the champion. Do not waste it. You may speak with the Elder and
Okay.
catch the skies with
That could prove useful.
Max health? I mean,
This village has been
good. Why do I bother inspecting? I'm just gonna skip the dialogue anyway.
Here, taste my
Wonderful soup. Yes, thank you. Sure.
Soon, I will celebrate my compensate the tribe, and I'll fight for you.
Huh. I mean, literally the first time I've come across the opportunity to spend money, so we might as well. Makes sense. There's like some sort of a party mechanic thing going on. That's kind of what we saw in the intro with Dwarf guy. What's his name? Carl tagging along.
You're here for the broken bridge.
I'm glad to see you've kept your sense and wit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There was a bridge.
Nobody can pay tribute to the Sun King.
They can rebuild it, but will never forget their...
Okay. Sounds ominous, but sure.
I have everything you need.
I know you.
Oh, hello.
Your name escapes me for the moment, but I do know you.
Sure why we have multiple people talking at us, but that's fine.
Unexpected?
So that's the other, like one of the other player characters who aren't playable in the demo. Priest Luck. It's one of those things that seems like extremely intangible. Like I would never feel comfortable getting something like this and expecting to notice any kind of difference. Multi-target. Oh yeah, I have that weird thing that like supposedly split my damage between targets or something. I guess this can compensate for that. Mana gain increased. Actually, probably pretty good. Let's get this one. Actually, maybe that multi-target thing was on a previous run. I don't even know. But it's like... Is it just me, or is it extremely fucked up that I can't, like... Actually, no, hang on. There we go. I was going to say that I can't look at my thing. Okay, there we go. In my inventory, I have 67 buttons, so I forgot what they are. Okay, there we go. So dodge is fiery ring. Yeah, no, yeah. The multi-target thing is not... That was a previous run. Okay. Well, that's fine. That actually means I defeated the boss without a 40% damage buff or whatever. Arcana builds up my Sonic Boom charges. Sonic Boom. Projectiles stored in a wind orb automatically launch towards nearby enemies. Okay, so that's why sometimes I see a little swirly thing behind my character's head. I thought the Arcana triggers or like fires off the Sonic Booms, but I guess technically it just restocks Sonic Boom ammunition. But because I tend to use my Arcana when there are enemies nearby, those freshly restocked Sonic Booms just fire off more or less right away, I guess.
Access to the mine is closed by order of the Council of Stone.
So I assume, by the way, I didn't even think of it, but now that the bridge is fixed, that's like a thing that will carry through to subsequent runs. Oh, the game didn't pause, of course. Why would I expect the game to be able to pause? Oh, that's my claw combo ender. That's pretty cool. So there is a pause, but of course, if I need to consult any kind of information, I have to. Annoying. Yeah. So now it says bridge repaired ? This is a surprisingly meaty demo, it has to be said. Ritual chained downwards. I guess that's like in the mine. Ride? Hey, we got a minecart level, or I guess that's an elevator.
Something is missing.
Yeah. Wait, there's multiple exits. I guess we want to go far down as we can. Maybe? I guess I mean, you don't exactly know how the nodes connect. Yeah. I went to the downmost option and it got me, it took me up. Oh well. Oh, ghosts. There seems to be a lot of mechanical nuance and depth to a lot of stuff, or at least a lot of systems, I guess I should say. You know, there's been stuff where it's talking about like punishing, and there seems to have been situations where, or there have been situations where it seemed to have been like counter hits. The whole pressure system that was sort of explained. And there's a lot of systems that, to me, at this point, it's not exactly clear how they all intersect. Even just like trying to filter out what sort of information you want to, like, that you would expect to matter.
You are with them.
Escort the ghost archivist. Okay, sure. It's just, it's a lot. Yeah, so now I've got these sonic booms, but they're all like being spent on this one guy. The juggling corpses actually does seem to fill your, well, maybe not. I was gonna say it does seem to fill your mana bar, but it might have also just been a bit of a delay. So I need to like physically gather orbs. I'm not sure how that works. Oh, kind of cool. Nope. Oh. Guess I have to kill dudes first. Ghosts aren't as immediately obvious when they are dead. Throw a rock at a ghost? Sure, why not? Man, the fact that my friendly goblin also like flashes red, it's like all the enemies, has me a little spooked. He's just freaking out. Any food in here?
Was planned and needed. I am a custodian. My knowledge, I designed you.
I could use some health.
The Citadel wants...
Sure.
Luck has a wide range of minor effects on your character.
Explain the mechanics. I mean, obviously, I'm not against a beat 'em up having sophisticated gameplay systems with a lot of moving parts. I guess I'm just not that into when 5% chance to evade affected by luck. Okay. But when a large part of the game is also about manipulating odds and like these different systems and stuff, it gets like compounded, so the overwhelmingness sort of increases exponentially. I mean, I don't really have to care too much about it in order to press buttons and enjoy combat feeling good, but it's also not easy to entirely ignore. Kind of interesting to use the same graphics but like scaled differently, like a larger guy. Nope, nothing in here. Oh, pear. Thank you. I'm hanging on to a thread here. The music being like so dramatic seems... fire. Okay, so I have fire ring on my dodge, right? Use Sonic. Okay, let's... I feel like, will I fill up my mana gauge to even use and like get more sonic booms before I die? I'm not so sure. Let's grab this one.
Hungry, just like my
Okay, that doesn't... Okay. Dodge. Okay, so this doesn't count as dodging. Perform a vertical dash to dodge a thrust attack, jump to dodge a swipe attack. Okay, so that's like dodging. Okay. I actually think it's awesome that they codified jumping as a dodge mechanic. Like jumping having iframes and sort of almost weird evasive properties is you know, very much a thing in a lot of beat 'em ups. So actually codifying it so that it sort of triggers some, like for there to be a dodge thing that can be triggered and having jumps triggered, I think is interesting. And again, like having me be able to, or not being able to, but rather being forced to discern between different types of attack to determine whether I should be sidestepping them or jumping them, I think is actually super interesting. But it's a bit, I mean, I guess I should have read the fine print, because it means that I had totally misunderstood what is triggering this effect that I have. And if I'd realized the difference, I might have picked the other one right now, but it is what it is. Like, I'd be really quite scared to try and figure out what I can jump to dodge. Like, these things, I guess, you know, I don't know. I guess I'd never used those deliberately either, which would explain why the whole fiery thing hasn't really come up. I probably haven't done even one successful dodge, if I had to guess. Maybe we can read our run history to see stats and find out if that's the case or not. This is like the third room in a row where I expected there to be a boss fight. Or a cutscene.
Azra warned me about you, thief. Everything has been planned. The Root Sisters are no more. Their lies are defeated. This war...
Alright. Oh, a little ready action stance. That's pretty cool.
Your Majesty.
There we go. I can move again.
I'll take care of you myself.
Ah, I missed. Trying to jump to see if I could dodge it, but it looks like he... Yeah, he's attacking my dude in the other direction there.
I will show you true power.
Awkward mid-fight. Text box stuff. Of course. Whoa! Did I take damage from that? Oh shit. Dude, the fucking... I literally pressed B right before that. I don't know. So I tried to see, because it looked like he really did a lot of swiping attacks. I was like, well, maybe I can jump those. I'm pretty sure I did not trigger a dodge successfully once there. But I also, like, I probably could have parried a lot of that stuff, but I didn't even try. Yeah, 2 dodges, apparently, but I don't know if those happened during that fight, or if they just happened totally, kind of on accident. We'll do one run with Dwarf just to see if there's an immediate perceptible difference in how he feels. And I also still don't know what those other... Okay, zoomed in on something. I don't know what these other currencies, whatever, are.
Maybe I can meditate by the
What?
flames.
Oh, huh. Hello.
You were as useful. It was not difficult to adapt soon.
Huh. Okay, so we find people and unlock them, and they do stuff for us. Okay. Find your first hearth root. So I'm guessing those are the campfire things. Throw 3 enemies in a hole at the same time as Carl. I'm guessing Out of This World refers to the like number of hits, whatever combo thing. So yeah, these are the bosses. I had all 4 types of mount. I haven't seen more than one. Assuming that these are all things that you can actually do in the demo. Warlord. Okay. Or maybe not, because I'm assuming this would be like a boss at the end of the game. Maybe you fight as her, I don't know.
Praise the blessed
Wait, guess I can, so these are, no, these are actually, oh, okay. I thought for sure these would be more expensive, but they're not, okay. Additional mana. Yeah, get this one. A to buy, there we go. How many things on screen, it's a little, hard to parse.
You look more.
Oh, that's right. That's not how you switch characters. This screen's still like the 6th thing. Do the alternate color Carl. I think like, it's hard to see if it's like a headbutt or a like a haymaker. I guess it's a headbutt. Oh yeah, he's got a rifle. I guess that's his arcana. Yeah, that makes sense. Blast bullet. Okay. Beating up. Thank you.
Let's see how far it can get.
Wind pressure thing. Skill inflicts burn. Let's go with that one.
Oh, huh. They couldn't let them find your refuge.
Everyone's just giving a speech at once here.
Is it cozy up there? You smell like peace?
Yeah, I don't care for her like dialogue. I mean, I don't know. I guess Carl's charismatic enough. He's like what you would want and expect a dwarf to be in terms of how he speaks. What's her name? Galandra, sword elf. Seemed fine. But yeah, like there are aspects to this other character, Cider, that like in some ways she would be my clear favorite of the 4 characters. In other ways, she's like, ugh, like and I feel like that's a little bit how I feel about the characters in general. Like it's a pretty charismatic group. I think the Frog Wizard is easily by a huge margin my least, like the character type I'm least interested in. Like I don't like non-human characters. I don't like sort of wizard characters necessarily. He's also, I guess, I don't know if he like floats, but he like, I don't know, he seems just like physically in his presence, like I'm sure he'll do cool shit as far as that type of character goes, but just in general, like it's not the character I would expect to like. The other 3 have things I quite like about him, but yeah, the overall aesthetic isn't like really quite my thing.
Track down the other legionnaires, don't worry.
But this character in particular is like, man, anytime I hear her talk, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, trying to remember. So we can try to go for the repaired bridge, I guess. That would probably lead us back to the orc boss fight. I'm kind of tempted to try to go up to the knight guy though, because when we first got to him, I had like 1% health and died instantly, so I didn't even really get to see what his whole deal was. Let's I guess go here and see. Try that. I guess the other thing I just realized too, as far as like the enemy types and what have you, that this route in particular seemed to have more animals. The other routes had like goblins and stuff kind of right away.
During the pact,
I wasn't sure if I was going to do something with that mast or something, but no, just getting some lore. I didn't really mean to throw that dagger. That's all right. As far as the characters being bland or generic or stereotypical or what you would expect, I said that the dwarf is like definitely seems to be the most conventional in terms of character design. Try to parry. But him being like a punch dude instead of having a big hammer or an axe or something is a little unconventional. But still, you know, more conventional than the others. Okay, so the rifle does not really have range. Just checking. But not only is he like punchy, but he's like super rush down. Like he moves really fast. So he's like really agile, which has me a little confused. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but it seems like I'm not sure if any of the characters is like a slow lumbering type. And I do like, even if I like wrestling and grappling, I do tend to not be super fond of overly lumbering beat 'em up characters. So I'm not like disappointed by that or anything, but not quite what I expected. But also his grapple seems different. Does it look like I could I'd pick enemies up above my head. Here's burn duration. So I have something that gives burn, right? Skill inflicts burn. Okay. This will make Arcana give sonic booms. Yeah, but let's do this. My headbutt.
I like this one.
Puts things on fire now. That's the emblem of Shield Nightman in the background there. I guess that's where we're headed. Oh yeah, this is the closed door.
I've always liked taking a break and watching reinforced the door. I can't smack.
I feel like they should have characters stop their ongoing dialogue if new dialogue is triggered. It's interesting that, like, of course, he has the whole rifle thing, which is... I mean, if anyone's gonna have that kind of weapon in this kind of setting, I guess it would be a dwarf, so it's, you know... makes enough sense in that regard. But, you know, it's still something that is, in a way, less conventional than it could have been. But also, interestingly, it doesn't really feel like his entire moveset is...
An eye for an eye.
Sort of built around it. He's not like a gun character. I mean, I have one move that uses the gun and it has no range, so... I guess this village is going to shit anyway. I might as well destroy everything. Oh, that's interesting. Like, I canceled the recovery frames, I guess, of the head, but yeah, so there's like a lot of rules like that for how the moves work and how canceling works and whatnot that I am not really gotten the hang of yet at all. Okay. So I can jump with guys, at least. That's like one difference between this and the other character. And I'm not doing great on health, honestly. It's totally worth... Oh. I was gonna say it's totally worth, like, punching furniture, because I guess you do get mana for it. Well, that was good. Delicious fish. Oh, that dagger just went through like everything. Does seem like I can parry with my skill move also, because I've gotten like a blue flash coming off it. Oh shit! Multiple times. Which, if that's the case, that's good and makes it more interesting. Like having to use offense, and specifically certain types of offense that might be locked behind like the end of a combo string or rotten meat. Okay. Whoops. Oh, I think I stunned this guy by throwing rotten meat at him. But it was like behind this market stall, so I couldn't quite see what was going on. Try to break these things so I can actually see what's happening. Exotic fruit. Sure if that was like a spiky weapon or... Whatever. We survived. I didn't take too much damage. Tornado strike. Strike slightly increases gale on the enemy until a tornado... Like, there's just so much shit. I mean, it's simplified enough, I guess, where you have, like, wind, water, and fire. So, if you can't be bothered reading, you know, that kind of stuff basically stacks. Right, so skill inflicts more burn. Gale stacks up on enemies, spawns a tornado when filled, then resets, quickly depletes if not maintained. I don't know if this is going to add another meter on screen or what. I'm just going to not worry about it. See if there could be food. I mean, money's also good, I guess. I mean, technically, hypothetically, I don't think it's actually going to help us much. This little, like, storytelling of...
I must.
Oh, shit, okay. So he's got... Oh, shit. That looked like a grab. But yeah, I was thinking before too of like, I wondered if some of these different flashes to indicate enemy attacks, if they're related to the idea of thrusting versus swiping or whatever, like for which attack can dodge what. Replace skill with a weapon spin that reloads all mana chunks. Does it mean... What does reloading a mana chunk mean exactly? Does it mean that it fills it up? What's up, Breakwood? Run plus Y. Throw mastery. In addition, throws do more damage and launch further. Sure. Oh, okay, so now I can do a running grab of some kind. I think the game feels well made for what it is. It's just not really necessarily what I'm looking for in a beat 'em up.
I think I built this one a couple of generations ago.
Oh, I meant to like skip the dialogue, but sure, I'll throw a rock.
Welcome. Please enjoy our booyah base.
Booyah base, sure.
Looking for a mercenary?
Oh, that's right. I was like, what is this icon again?
War is the only thing we can sell nowadays.
Sure.
Contract seems to be in order.
I think it's like all the things that I would hope and expect and want to be good about it feels like it's good. And all the things that I expected that I might to not really gel with. I'm not really gelling with. Like, I'm enjoying it. I'll most likely want to buy this and play this when it comes out.
It's always a pleasure to see your glistening.
But it's definitely not like super exciting on the level of like, man, I'm so like, I'm dying to play this. Like, I guess the better way of putting it is, I'm not like, oh my god, someone finally put these things together and finally made a game like this. I mean, it's got a degree of novelty to it. I'm sure that we'll see plenty more like this. And it's not the first. But it's, man, what was the other game? Wendigo Blue, which is conceptually quite similar. Like, it's got a very similar sort of roguelike setup to it. I think both these games have in common that I enjoy this game sort of in spite of those elements, more so than because of them. And it's like, man, you could have taken this setting and this art and just like structured like an arcade game, and I would have easily have been 10 times more excited for it. And I will say that this game has way more of this stuff than Wendigo Blue does. As, from my memory anyway. I played that not super long ago.
I've seen that. Give my kin, let's just say.
Loyalty card. Okay, that's interesting. Like, as far as, you know, all these different attributes and numbers going up and percentages. Wendigo Blue didn't seem to have all that much of that stuff, as I recall. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously other differences beyond that, but generally, aesthetically, I like the character design of the player characters more in this game. Although, I think both games have the thing where it's like, I like and dislike elements of all the characters. Oh yeah, I guess you can't grab these things.
You certainly are an impressive piece of work. Oh, and I please.
Whatever I do.
Yeah, it's very Hades-like, these kinds of things where they put this like dialogue narrative stuff in the middle of it. So I played a bit of Wendigo Blue, and I explored a little bit of the I guess we can go up this time. The combo trial stuff with the grappler character, and was like upset at that character being the grappler because they have cool shit, but like I can't stand the character design. But I think the player characters here, design-wise, there's none of them that I would feel like super compelled to want to like draw artwork of or that kind of thing. Yeah, I wonder if we just kind of transition to the same room despite them not actually being connected, like a demo thing. Oh, okay, so this is like an armored grab or something, I guess. But overall, I prefer the characters here, I think. Like in Wendigo Blue, all the player characters had like, well, not all of them, some I didn't like at all, but even like, even characters I liked had something about them that like, really kind of irked me or I wish was different. I have not beaten the demo, no.
Barely better than junk.
This is where the guy was. I guess, okay, yeah, because when I first got into this room, I was like, what was the purpose of this? But I guess the purpose of doing that was to get him to show up in the Nexus. It's trying to go out. Like in general, obviously you kind of learn to get over it or whatever, but I guess that's not gonna break. I feel like I kind of would want I mean, it just goes back to the like my preference for arcade structure. But having like clearing a boss, starting a new level, getting your health refilled, there's just this kind of feeling of like no affordance to fuck around a little bit and take some damage, because like every bit of damage you take is gonna cost you. But I mean, it's not like that's bad design, or like, you know, that's totally adds pressure and intensity and excitement in its own way. Oh, that was pretty bad. Keep this pair and live for 2 more seconds. But yeah, it's a whole thing with like encounter design and stuff too, because there certainly seems like threw him into his thrust. Like there was a little encounter the first time we got here with a little cutscene, but that didn't happen now, and I don't think the guy we fought during that cutscene, or well, after that cutscene, was here now, because it was like this bigger thief guy with the yellow aura. Yeah, health drops seem very few and far between. But yeah, overall, like it's okay, clash. So I guess that's what's happening. Yeah, hit an enemy with a skill or arcana to make them stagger. Okay, that's not what I thought it was. There's so many of these things. Like, I don't think it's a problem that the game doesn't explain all of them before you start playing. That would probably be a bad thing. There definitely ought to be a glossary somewhere where we can look all this up and get like examples in some sort of tutorial. That would be really nice. But you know, that not being a thing here is obviously not a problem. But it's a little frustrating when you're trying to learn and you're like reading a description, you think you understand what it means, and then it's like, well, maybe not exactly that. But yeah, in general, you know, I think a big part of beat 'em ups is obviously level design and counter design, and introducing any degree of like randomization into that. Just kind of, I don't know. Not saying it can't be done decently, but I'm going to be inherently like a little skeptical of it. Not to say, of course, that an authored level can't also be terrible. It's not like manual authorship makes it better by default. But, you know, I kind of trust any designer worth their salt over like an algorithm. There's a tutorial for, yeah, okay, I talked to her once and it didn't like do anything, I guess, but I guess you need to talk to people more times. But that's good. That's the thing. I mean, assuming it explains stuff like, I mean, I have a feeling that it's not going to quite explain things the way I meant, but I could be wrong. Skill increases gain. Okay, so that's the same one we chose not to pick last time. I guess we'll do this one, and if we survive long enough, we'll see if what I thought was a clash is in fact a clash, because it should trigger a sonic boom on the whatever.
Stop right there, wizard scum.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were in this room before, but not these enemies.
You have peaked. His forces are trapped. You will need to unleash your...
Oh, right. This, I remember this from the option screen.
Few can master it. The Under King is certain.
Spark of power. Yeah, okay. So this is basically like the star attacks in Streets of Rage 4. Like, just a full-on limited resource. So I guess, yeah, like all the different potential paths will converge here, which makes sense. I guess we'll can use the ultimate.
understand now?
I guess I was gonna say, because we had the thing where the dialogue didn't repeat. Well, I'm trying to determine if it was like it only repeats or it stops repeating after you clear the boss fight. That's the first. I'm not sure exactly how it works.
But I must disagree.
Stand with this rifle. Alright, I'm not sure I really made great use of that ultimate there, but I got to use it before I died. Speed up. Oh yeah, you can look. Damn, it looked like I'm standing underneath. Bad. That up. I tried to block. Oh my god. Fair timing is so weird. Like the window seems pretty generous, but yeah, it's just the timing of the attacks. I don't know, I gotta do another 30-minute run before I can practice the timing of his attacks again. Which, of course, you know, that's not super different from practicing a boss in an arcade game. Other than, like, the length of the game making it potentially a little different. I mean, not that I'm, like, speedrunning things exactly. I could get there in less than 20 minutes, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm like overall like I'm kind of shocked at how meaty this demo is.
All along the journey, I could please tell me the.
You have been through. I do not recognize you, but I know.
I wonder how much of this stuff is like the pacing of some of these narrative elements and the characters and stuff. Like, I wonder if that's all tuned specifically for the demo. Did they actually add her here now? That's kind of crazy. I was not expecting that. Well, I'm definitely not gonna we're not gonna play this for another like 2 hours, but that's cool. I wasn't expecting that. Like, demos can have fucking unlockable characters.
Met your first elite enemy, did you?
Yeah, see, she's just like, I just saw, so... Oh, okay, yeah, I have to, like, exhaust the, general dialogue before getting access to this.
Consecutive hit, it's called striking them at this instant.
Yeah, having this all be voiced...
Great footwork.
Okay, did I actually do it? It seems like I hit the state and then I didn't actually touch them after that. It's very good that that stuff is there. I don't know that it's done as quite as good as it... Like, I feel like you might have to repeat some of those things a few times to really kind of get it. But having it be there for you to repeat a few times to get it is obviously vastly preferable to not having it or just it not being good. It's complicated for sure. That's good. Anyway, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. We've been playing this for over 2 hours, and I could probably easily spend another 2 hours tinkering with this, but we got like 8 other demos that I want to try. So I think this will be it for Absolum this time. I'm not sure if this is one of those demos that it's going to be unplayable on Monday. If so, well, maybe I'll play it next time there's a demo or when it's out. I forget if this has a release date, but yeah, like, I'm impressed, but it's also, I don't know, borderline exhausting.
Hours that could have shipped the world.
But it's cool that it's a game that obviously has a lot of mechanical depth for you to explore and get into. It's like it's not a game that you would expect to burn through in 20 minutes and feel like, well, I guess I'm done with that. Like, you know, there are games that are kind of like that, even if they do have plenty of depth. I think this game will do very, very, very well. And I think there's a lot of people to whom not only is all the trappings of this stuff all around like more familiar and more enjoyable than maybe it is to me, but I think it's definitely I think a majority of people who'd play this would find those trappings a quite effective way of getting people on board with the idea of there being depth to explore mechanically. Like, I certainly don't subscribe to the idea that having all these numbers and all this shit, like, is what creates the depth, but it is something that makes the depth that is there, or the complexity at least that is there, kind of hard to ignore, or like you have to acknowledge it in a way that I think makes a lot of people, and I'm not necessarily excluding myself from that, more kind of capable of perceiving what's there, and maybe even the stuff that you don't quite get yet, but you kind of sense that there's stuff there to learn and to get, which might encourage people to sort of stick with it and dig a little deeper. I think it's cool, and I'm enjoying it enough that I would gladly spend more time with it. But I'm not really sure. Like, I'm sold on the game in the sense that I want to play more. But I'm also, you know, I feel quite strongly that it's not my type of game in a lot of ways. Like, it has overlap with my sensibilities in some ways, very much. In other ways, not so much. But it seems, as far as I can tell, to be quite well made for what it is. It's obviously got tremendous production values, and, you know, looks extremely polished. I think the music's definitely quite boring for the most part. But I'm also sure that this will get patched like 50 million times over the next several years. Or, I mean, that's my expectation anyway. So I'm sure a lot of the specifics about how certain things work are likely to change. And who knows, maybe they would even be in arcade mode at some point. That seems like something they would be quite capable of doing. I do think the way the map and the areas are designed, that, like, I feel like even if you were to split the game world up into discrete levels, you would end up with a pretty static pacing and rhythm of areas. Like, obviously it depends on, like, you could completely, you know, construct completely original encounters in each area, but how they all play out here, the areas don't feel that different from one another in terms of how long they are and how large they are and the geography that you traverse through them. It's not a complaint per se, it's just like a thought experiment that a thought that occurred to me that's like, if you were to reconfigure the assets you have here to create like an arcade mode, I wonder if you'd actually be able to create distinct and memorable levels, and I'm not so convinced. This is made by Guard Crush Games, who are basically it's not exactly accurate, but basically Streets of Rage 4 was developed by Guard Crush and Lizard Cube, and Lizard Cube were like the art guys, and Guard Crush were like the game design guys. And Lizard Cube are currently making the Shinobi game, and Guard Crush are making this game. TMNT Shredder's Revenge was developed by Tribute Games, who are currently making Marvel Cosmic Invasion, among other stuff. But I think the newly announced Scott Pilgrim sequel is also from Tribute, but I would assume it's mostly different people. And Tribute also, like, always had, like, Tribute was started, as to my understanding, by people who worked on the original Scott Pilgrim. So there are people, like Paul Robertson was mentioned in the trailer, and he's working on the new Scott Pilgrim, so I'm not sure, like, I'm assuming it's not the same exact people making both Marvel and Scott Pilgrim, but I'm not super sure exactly who's involved on a, like, individual people level. And I'm not super excited about a new Scott Pilgrim, given that I think the first one is, like, really annoying and tedious and pretty boring. But I'm curious to see what it's going to be like. Yeah, this is one heck of a demo. There's it's a lot going on here. We'll stop the timer at 2:09:13. And I shall go take a break. There's high time. It is high time, rather, for a break. Yeah. Streets of Rage 4 has a bunch of other modes and options and stuff, especially with the DLC that has the roguelike stuff. But it launched with the arcade mode and the survival boss rush thing. I mean, I think this game is, of course, extremely different from Streets of Rage in that regard. Even in story mode, Streets of Rage 4 is still structured like an arcade game, whereas this very much is not. They didn't really need to reconfigure anything. Like, arcade mode is really only... there's some slight rule changes with regards to scoring and extends, but other than that, and the fact that lives carry over between stages, that's really the only difference. And, you know, obviously you don't get to continue. But here, if there were to be some sort of an arcade mode, the game's already arcadey, that it's like you start over from the beginning and whatever, but it's the whole level flow that would change. Not to mention, like, if you wanted to strip out, which is what I would want from a quote-unquote arcade mode, stripping out a lot of the roguelike aspects of all these different upgrades and shit, you would probably want to have some replacements for some of it, or you would, like, rebalance characters based on a static power level and stuff like that. So it would be extremely more involved of an endeavor to create something like that for this game as opposed to the arcade mode in Streets of Rage 4. But I would still very much like to see it, and I mean, even if I wouldn't expect it to be an alternate mode at launch, it could be something that came later, and it could even be like a DLC thing. I mean, Streets of Rage had a DLC roguelike mode, so if Absolum has like a $10-15 arcade mode, I would pay that. You know, I would be more excited about that than the standard game. So why not? Anyway, I'll go take a short break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. After which we will check out Baki Hanma Blood Arena, which I'm sure will be a very intense game and a demo that I don't expect to last for 2 hours. Although it might be difficult, and we might be stuck on the same fight for 2 hours. You know, it is possible. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a bit. All right. I returned. Okay, let's move swiftly along. And without further ado, let's boot up Baki Hanma Blood Arena. See how that goes. Lower the audio. Capture.
Baki Hanma Blood Arena.
It's always like stressing me out a little bit whenever you boot up a PC game, and like I want to capture the boot up sequence when there's like intro stuff and everything, but it always, you gotta like fiddle around a bit to find the thing to capture, and then once you choose it, there's another like 5 seconds before it actually shows anything on screen. It always annoys me. There we go. Dude, there's some pretty intense chromatic aberration on stuff. It's extremely grimy. Like, I'm not even sure what's going on. It's like 5 kinds of noise and dirt and film grain and blur. The text is kind of illegible. A little weird. Options. Huh. Yeah, no visual options at all, which is a little weird. No like screen resolution or anything. Jab, body shot. Yeah, I want to say that the controls kind of like, yeah, it's like so hard to tell, but there's like a tiny little nubbin in between to show that like Y and B are jabs and X and Y are body shots, and this is, yeah. So I'm pretty sure there's 2 buttons for each because it's left and right. So this would make much more sense intuitively to me. So we got something called charge, which I guess is on any bumper or trigger. Block, dodge, and duck. I'm assuming you can dodge left or right. But yeah, this seems extremely similar to the controls in Thunder Ray, which is unsurprising because it basically seems like this is that game, but based on Baki. I mean, the art's straight out of the source material, basically. I mean, it looks like this. I just don't exactly understand what the deal is with this absurdly heavy chromatic aberration. It's a peculiar choice. It doesn't necessarily bother me, but it's a little weird. Yikes, these sure are some subtitles. Ally Junior. All right. Are we gonna get some kind of introduction to how this game plays? Audio levels a bit all over the place. Animation's looking a little funky. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so Thunder Ray has like extremely elaborate, super gorgeous hand-drawn animation. This game was announced with a trailer a while back, and you know, of course, as a trailer, it moves pretty rapidly and there's a lot of cutting and stuff. You don't really get to take in in any depth what the game looks like in detail. But here I'm like immediately a little surprised that it seems to be like, I'm not saying it's looking bad. We'll see how it looks once they actually start fighting. It might still be super satisfying and great, but it's a very different vibe. Obviously the art style is different, but just like how it's animated, I mean, hell, for all I know, the way this is animated might be reflective of what the anime looks like. I have no idea. But you can even kind of tell, you know, the background characters, even if they're out of focus, they're like drawn frame by frame, whereas the fighters seem to be very much like it's not paper doll animation per se. Like it's still frame by frame animation, but a lot of it kind of looks a bit cut and pasty with parts like shifted around. Just caught me a little bit off guard because I don't remember that being a thing. Although, I mean, it would also not surprise me if this game, because they are making Space Hunters at the same time, which also seems to have like far more elaborate hand-drawn animation. Like, I could very easily see this game being a, you know, it's a commission type thing, right? They're doing it, you know, to pay the bills, I'm guessing. Probably not a huge project. They would probably not overextend to add like infinite polish to this. It would probably be sort of scoped to the budget, whereas stuff you're making for yourself, you know, could go into more passion project sort of territory. I don't know. It's purely speculative, of course, but yeah, there's like not a lot of animation. But a lot of sort of effects to sell the impact, which is not a bad way of doing things by any stretch. Both bumpers. Yeah, either doesn't do anything. I have to press both. Alright, this is pretty sick. Let's press A. I wonder if my life bar is flashing, so I think presumably I can regain health. Okay, so that was supposed... The motion blur is pretty intense. So the mechanics are definitely not exactly the same as Punch-Out. But yeah, this seems to play very similarly to Thunder Ray. Alright, get all my health back, basically. Alright. Those cut-ins are extremely sick. Should have gone left. So basically, you can dodge left or right, you can duck, or you can block. And you have to choose the correct... Yep, I did not there. Like, every attack basically has to be defended with the correct choice. Oh yeah, I guess I had a full super gauge that I could have used a few times.
You win.
Sorry, it's like the game's very intense, so it's like really difficult to try to talk at the same time. But like the obvious differences kind of between this and Punch-Out that stand out to me, like the controls are similar enough, but you don't stun the opponent. There's no, like, you kind of expect intuitively if you've played Punch-Out that like when you dodge one of their attacks, like if you successfully defend an attack and then hit them back, like essentially as a punish, you expect that to trigger some kind of different state as opposed to just being allowed to land a hit, but it doesn't. So it, like, there's nothing to say that it needs to function that way, but I just anyway, I expect it to function that way. So when it doesn't, it's just like a little, it feels surprising and it feels a little awkward. And it's like, wait, that's weird. That's not what I expected. But a lot of it comes down to like pattern recognition of understanding what tell represents which attack. And a lot of the times you can't necessarily, well, at least you can't fully rely on the visual presentation of like where the character is on screen and what their pose is. Like you can make an educated guess. Like if he's standing over there with his arm cocked like this, I guess I should probably try to dock that, or maybe I should dodge left or right, like, but it's going to be consistent. And like I remember there was one fight in Thunder Ray where there was a guy who had an attack that was like very difficult to predict, or it's like he would do a sequence of attacks where if I expected the second attack to come, I could easily dodge it. But if it didn't come and I did that dodge preemptively, then I would miss out on my window to hit back. And it took a little while for me to connect the dots and realize, oh, he only does that second follow-up attack when he does the first attack from the left. So if he does the first attack, he can do it either from the left or from the right. So the right one is always just a single attack, and the left one is always the 1-2. But it's one of those things where it takes, like, your mental kind of bandwidth to take in that kind of information gets strained because you're trying to figure out what it is that you need to pay attention to. You try to sort of learn to tell different tells apart from one another. And, you know, it kind of can overflow your mental stack when they have a bunch of different options and the timing windows are pretty tight and everything. And that's kind of how the difficulty escalates. And it feels so far that this is basically identical in terms of the core mechanics. I forget how that game worked with the super meter and specials, but I want to say it was pretty similar. I think as you get further into that game, you, like, your max super meter increases and you get access to different supers at different levels or something, which is, you know, probably what this game does too. But yeah, I like Thunder Ray. I mentioned that at the top of the stream. Like, when that game first came out, before it came out, rather, it was extremely, like, it generated a lot of buzz for its visuals. And I think that game looks far more impressive than this does. But when the game eventually came out, my impression was that people weren't super hot on it. People were like, yeah, it looks great, but it's you know, kind of... So when I played it a while back, I played it on stream mostly because this game having been announced and Space Hunters or whatever, I was just like, man, I gotta check out Thunder Ray. Because I'd bought it, I think, last year anyway. And I was surprised at how much I liked it. I think it's a little bit... like, in some ways, I don't know. Punch-Out is such a elegantly designed game and such an interesting and intricate game that I feel like there's a lot of nuance to how that game works that we don't necessarily see in the relatively few Punch-Out clones that exist. And I think the changes in Thunder Ray relative, like, I shouldn't say changes, but the differences don't necessarily seem to serve to make something that feels better. Like, there's something about how Punch-Out works that is just very, very satisfying, and it's not clear what the benefit was to making things different other than just the sake of making them different. Not to say that the game felt bad because of it, but, you know, took a while to get into, but I still ended up enjoying Thunder Ray a lot, and by extension, I will probably enjoy this. I'm happy to see this studio get work, and, you know, as far as a you know, unexpected anime tie-in video game, this is a cool thing to exist. And there are elements like the little cut-ins like when certain moves landed, that was extremely fucking sick, and that's not something I think that was in Thunder Ray. But there's like some new kind of ideas and flourishes here. That's really cool. I expect this game to not really do much to introduce us to the world of Baki, by the way, but that's fine. I don't really care. I'm here for the gameplay and for the presentation. I mean, obviously there's stuff here that could very easily be more elaborate in the final. Whoa! In the full game. Oh, that's so sick. Okay. I guess that was not the correct... Like, I'm not sure if I dodged the wrong way or if I just stayed... Or, like, I dodged it and then I jumped back into the kick. Alright, that's the demo. Yeah, it's like... slight difference in amount of stuff in demo between this and Absolum. which is unsurprising. I mean, I'm sure this will have like 8 fights or something. So they can't, you know, there's only so much they can put in here. Oh yeah, we didn't even start the timer. I guess it doesn't really matter much at this point, does it? So this is extremely annoying, to be honest, because being not able to skip the entire dialogue in one button press, like having to go through all this just to feel out what the game feels like is not great. Okay, so dodging into the punch does not work. Double checking. So I feel like this is not a great demo. I mean, you probably get a sense of whether you would want to play this more or not. But I feel like it doesn't quite... Oh yeah, they can block. That's right, they can like block supers. So you still gotta find like the opening for supers. But if punches are different, like there's a difference between using one punch over another, I don't really know what that difference is. Yeah, and I definitely dodged correctly and then stood back into his attack, so that is a thing that can happen. Oh, okay. See, I dodged it and then I didn't. Yeah, I was waiting to try to get an opening for that. Didn't do a shit ton of damage. And honestly, it's like really difficult to look at the life bars during the fight anyway. That's right, that's not a dock attack. Yeah, so I mean, that's another thing. Actually, I want to say that this actually was a thing in Thunder Ray also, where you do like a finishing attack, now that I think of it. But yeah, even the dodging being like you hold the dodges. It's not like Punch Out where you tap and there's a set duration. And I guess you can extend dodges. But here, like, you have to make sure that you hold the dodge long enough to actually dodge the move. That's right. Okay, yep, that's... okay. Nope. See, that's... this... yeah, this is exactly what... Thunder Ray was like also, where... getting hit is pretty punishing, so it's like pretty rough to try to piece together which attack is like first learning to recognize how many different tells they have, how many different attacks, and then like, all right, which attack is which, like visually, and then from there, okay, this is gonna be this attack, so let me try to go through each of the defensive options in order to figure out which one is actually effective against this. And because it's difficult to keep track of which attack is going to be which, it's also by extension difficult to keep track of which defensive maneuvers you have attempted. So like there's this kind of obfuscation of the defensive options that make it more complicated than it would seem on paper to just figure out which option is the correct one. Apturus, greetings. I have a list of games that I want to check out, so I don't really have time to add more to that list currently. I will be honest and say that that also does not sound like anything that would be very interesting to me, but I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. Anyway, I'm glad that that was a short demo. We can kind of just get through that really quickly. I'm glad to have checked it out. Not at all. Good luck with your game. I'm glad we didn't have to spend 2 hours. I mean, like I said, I really wasn't thinking this would be a very long demo anyway. I guess the biggest takeaway for me with this is that it's like, I'm a little surprised, or the things that I feel like I've learned from playing the demo is the animation is like way less elaborate than I would have thought based on the other stuff I've seen them do. And I guess, I don't know, that shouldn't be surprising, but the fact that it's basically one-to-one, like it plays exactly like Thunder Ray. I'm sure that that's kind of what allowed them to make this game. Just sort of recycling that gameplay engine and putting new graphics on it. And I don't mean to imply that it's a low effort production, but I would assume that it was something that they were able to do because they could leverage work that they already done to make, you know, to make it without breaking the bank. It's cool. I'm looking forward to it. Should make sure to. Yeah, actually, it did not have it on my wish list, so let's fix that. Game's sick, but, you know, we kind of have a pretty clear idea of what it's going to be. So that's Baki Hanma Blood Arena. Next up, I have no idea what to expect of this, so I'm curious. I want to check out Hotel Barcelona. This is a game that I don't really know anything about. I don't know what to expect of it. I just know that it's Swery's new game, and Hiroaki has, I'm assuming he's done like character designs. He's done like the key art and stuff, and his artwork's phenomenal. I think it's some kind of 2D action-y sort of a thing, maybe. But that's about all I know. So let's check it out. I want to say that I saw there was some kind of oh shit, let me the volume before we die and get the capture go. Oh, I actually, okay, it stopped on a screen before showing anything, which is good. We can actually set up the capture first. I think there was like a Twitter thing where people tweeted like a final score or boss fight result or something. I guess is encouraging, but other than that, I think maybe it has something to do with like Hitmen or something. Right. Audio is like, I don't know what's up with my. It used to be that I had to lower volumes on anything to like 2%, not explode my speakers and eardrums, but now I have to 11. Right? Yeah, I have. Default is like an ominous. Oh, okay. I get visibility. I think is a bad choice. I think this should be like display or something. I'm assuming this is like there's popcorn instead of blood. But default is like doesn't really tell you what it actually is. Oh no. Chromatic aberrations infecting the next game. Okay, is there supposed to be audio? Please do not remove power. Do I press a button? I guess. Okay, just defaults master volume to like 50%. Weird. There we go. Like, it's not actually changing resolutions, but now like everything is crisp. I'm gonna back and pump. I guess I hate this so much because there's like maybe there will be fucking metal music and it's gonna be 5 times louder when we actually start playing. So it's hard to know if the audio levels are like set up comfortably or not. Jump, dodge, interact, weak attack, strong attack, ranged attack, Carnival Awakening. Good to have a button for that. Guard, okay. And the logo is like super low resolution and blurry. That's intentional. So the key art, like I said, by Hideaki is like super gorgeous, and it's like, it's so weird. Like that's 50% of the reason why I want to play this. So it's weird that so far the game hasn't presented any kind of appealing visuals. Now we're in the, oh, what the, like, what is with the audio? Why is it so messed up? I feel like half the audio is just missing. Okay, you're allowed to use the D-pad at least, and okay, there is analog input, but I'm assuming it doesn't really, well, I guess maybe for, oh well, whatever, I'm gonna use the D-pad. Okay. I'm oh, I guess there's a timer. There's a lot of shit on screen. Oh yeah, guard. Has a very weird kind of heavy, almost sluggish feel to it. Beams dodge. I have no idea what's going on with the little blood skull thing with a bunch of numbers at the bottom. I mean, I guess I don't have a lot of idea what's going on with anything. Wait, I forgot. I do have a timer, so let's use that. Well, there's some Hideaki artwork at least, finally. I think the character design's awesome. Big fucking spreadsheet gaming. Like there's a extremely hefty, like I'm holding, like I'll show you when there's not a bunch of enemies around, I guess. So I'm doing attacks and I'm not letting go of the forward direction. Like that's how long it takes for her to start moving after attacking. Like I guess your dash cancel out of it. Door. Okay, go inside a door. Oh, wait. Okay, I was like, wait, don't go inside, but then we did. 3 minutes. I'm assuming in the real game there's going to be some kind of context to explain something, anything. Blood lost. Wait. Like the animation's cool and all, but the combat feels pretty like whatever, if the combat's supposed to be what the game is. Like it's interesting to play this right after Absolum in terms of action roguelike sort of things, which I guess is what this game is. Because it sure doesn't have that same snappy feel. I guess there's some kind of map. Time, evening, weather, sunny, player state normal. All right, 3 days until a new moon. The timer's still ticking down. It was at 1:57. Okay, no. Pausing is pausing in this game. So, room one. So, I'm in 2B. Oh, shit. Okay. So does this, like, take me... Oh, 103. I guess, so that's 3D, then, in that little graph? Is that what that means? Yeah, okay. I'll go through these. and eventually get to a boss. Oh, okay, yeah. I tried to do a heavy attack, but it's got like 2 seconds of startup, I guess. So the enemies just like keep respawning. Like, am I meant to speedrun or meant to farm enemies? Like, I guess my skull is filling up with blood. And that's making a positive number. Which it looks like I'm getting some kind of buffs. There's like 4% critical, 3.9% stamina use. Okay, I was gonna say, what's stamina for? I guess dodging. Like, if I'm supposed to be building up some kind of, I don't know, something before the boss fight, I'm not sure what's actually... I don't know, I guess this... Yeah, okay, so now I've built up enough meter for Carnival of Awakening. I guess I probably want to save? Aha! I guess I don't. Because now I lost all my stuff. What's up, John Matrix? Welcome. Welcome. So I guess I'll stick around. Long enough to build up blood. Another door, 4B. I guess that was a 4A door down there. I didn't really pay super close attention. Door reward. But also reward chance, no. Okay, but I did get that. I guess most of the other ones said like free key or something. Yeah, I'll be honest. So far, I have to say that I don't quite get it. I would assume, in the context of the full game, there would at least be... Okay, did I lose blood because I touched the water, or is that some kind of time thing? I'm gonna assume that in the full game, there's gonna be more to kind of sell you on and excite you about the kind of premise and the setting. Like, just the whole vibes of what's going on. Because I think it's safe to assume that that's going to be a big part of the game's appeal. And, like, the visuals of the game itself aren't particularly compelling. But I like the character design, I like the key art, and stuff like this, you know? This has personality to it, and would certainly imply that there's like something going on. I guess he's got some kind of stamina bar. Okay. Okay, I tried to guard, but I guess I can't guard a lightning bolt. But it looks like I got hit in the back. Okay, retry boss that costs 2 re-entry tickets. It says there on the bottom. Yeah, I'm glad to be able to do this just so I can maybe understand what the fight's like, what's actually going on. Oh shit, okay, that's my, like, ghost. That's a little weird. Like, with him not being in the same... Oh, okay. Never mind, I was gonna say, with him not being in the same spot, it makes it a little weird. But no, my ghost actually also deals damage.
Nice bitch. Nice bitch.
Break the armor. Not too dissimilar from boss fights in Absolum. Take damage from that? I don't even know. Gunshots seem to do nothing. Okay. God. I try to crouch. The camera also like turning around whenever I turn around made it a little confusing. Man, I want to enjoy this, but I'm kind of struggling to be perfectly frank. Oh my, like, you just get locked in place for like 2 years as soon as anything happens. I mean, I did poorly, but oh, I do have 2 left. Okay, because I have to hold the start for way too long. Like every single thing feeling so committal and having like a million years of recovery. Like I'm trying to dodge, but like it won't let me because I guess like I'm stuck in this knockdown state that I can't seemingly do anything out of. It's like your moves have 2 years of recovery, but then you can't like cancel out of them either. I don't know. I mean, I guess I completely misunderstand how you're supposed to play the game. For the way things like look and move, you would expect it to be way more snappy and responsive. And okay, so I got like 6 types of currency. Pretty funny, we can unlock an attack that is performed by holding the heavy attack. When tapping the heavy attack, performs an attack that has like 2 seconds of startup already. Blood splatter boost. Base HP. Well, I don't have enough for that. The one thing that seems really useful. Do we get to unlock more? Yeah. Parry smash. Real dodge. That seems good. There's like so many numbers that I can't even bother reading. I'm just like, well, it doesn't tell me in a different color that I'm lacking what I need, so I guess I have enough. Well, I'll do this one. Probably don't have enough for anything else. Can do this. Sure, let me upgrade my blood splatter boost. I have no idea what that is, but I guess it's probably good for something. Okay. So the blue rooms, so I guess, are the ones we've been to. Select your loadout. Yeah, like when you see the character like this, like, man, she looks sick. Unfortunately, she's like half the size of this in the game. I guess it's her outfit from whatever that other game was called. Something JJ Macfield's whatever. I never played it. I heard good things about it. I really enjoy that every outfit has like a little icon thumbnail that actually shows what the outfit looks like. But yeah, like this cool looking character and like the model and the rendering, like it looks cool, but that's like the one thing I've enjoyed about the game so far, I feel like. Weapons can be purchased from the ranger. Oh, I guess that's the guy who was sounded like he was like the town crazy. Following things you collected will be lost. Oh, okay. So I guess these are the things I could spend in the upgrade thing. So these are like currencies you collect over one attempt that you can spend in between runs, I guess. Flashers, yeah, okay, so that's like the level. I'm like, having had the context of having played through this level once. Okay, so now I'm okay. Whatever. Like now I can retroactively kind of maybe understand some things. And now they're explaining more stuff. Oh yeah, like the art's obviously super sick. It's a shame that the game itself seems, you know, yeah, this guy, Flasher fan. Is he a ranger or is just it's just a town crazy? I guess, yeah. Hold Y. Okay, yeah. You make your extremely slow attack even slower for some kind of benefit, I guess. Right, so these things are all like my air dodge. The currencies we use to like unlock stuff. Yeah, like I spend a lot of time pressing buttons. Like I feel like I wish you guys could see my inputs. Because I'm doing like light, and then I'm trying to tap heavy, and it's like, does it do something? I'm not sure. Like I don't necessarily think you can do combos of lights and heavies. And I'm trying to like dodge out of stuff, and that maybe works. Alright, let's go here, I guess. Go to a room we haven't been to, just fill out the map. Guess that door gave me HP recovery. I didn't really read. Phantom loss. Defense 6. Man, there's so much going on. Alright, so that's my little parry, okay? I don't know if I... Like, I've never really seen an enemy attack, so... Of course... in timing windows... I don't know how big the window for the parry is. It might be pretty brief. But Jesus Christ, the... Yeah, turns out it's no less annoying in this game to see an enemy attack and parry and then miss the parry because you were too early. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, you know, this isn't a game I followed super closely. And I just happened to see that there was a demo out. It's like, oh yeah, maybe I can actually see what it's like. See what the game is. And I don't know. I would love to buy an art book for this game. But I feel like I don't have much interest in actually playing it. Based on this experience. Well, I guess we'll see this part. Because, you know, the game didn't start with this. Full map. Holy shit, why is this map in, like, fucking PSP screen resolution? Alright, so these are the different levels, I guess. End conversation. Oh, unlock ability. Oh, okay. No like jumping or dodging or doing anything here. We can just... I couldn't interact with the bed, could I? Because she like woke up. So I assume the bed would be key to playing. Yeah, so I guess this... Not available in the demo version. Dude, the characters are so sick. Special request? I guess it's some kind of a mission type thing.
ここは本当に素敵なホテルだ。せっかくリゾートホテルでゆっくりしようと思っていたのに。
Clown?
タラリラリン奥様のお告げ
For up a art? Okay. I don't have any, I guess. Okay. Sure, this is all gonna make a little more sense. Once you play it a bit and understand things. I mean, it's, you know, not dissimilar from what we were going through in Absolum. And even over the course of playing that demo for an hour or two, kind of start getting your bearings. Play pinball? Puzzle of Death pinball. Looks pretty good. Costs some kind of currency though. And I mean, it's not in the demo, but... Okay, so... Trade for ears. Alright, that's interesting. I guess we can use this for other stuff elsewhere. So there's just a wall here. Maybe I could interact with the bed and I just didn't notice. That would make sense. Unless I go to places via the map. Yeah, okay. Player state tiny. I guess I didn't see anything other than normal. So I don't even know what that means. Am I literally going to be tiny? Stuff's intriguing. Okay, I'm a little... Yeah, I'm a little bit tiny. And then you like start playing and you go, oh yeah, that's right. It's like, that doesn't really... Doesn't feel great. Like a lot of it is, I'm sure, not being used to... Like you can learn the timings of stuff and understand how things, like the rules for canceling or whatever. But I'm a little unsure of to what degree that's gonna make things feel any better. Also, the rooms aren't blue anymore. I guess because they like re-rolled the level or something. Now even the one is... I guess I don't know what the blue color meant. Thought it meant that it was somewhere I had been. Also, as far as the blood gauge there, I guess it goes down anytime you don't kill things or hit enemies. Very sturdy flowers. And the light attack is like this weird sort of sluggishness to it. I do have the parry. Yeah, I couldn't remember if I changed stuff. This one, I guess not every room necessarily has doors to every other room here. This looked like it was the only door. I guess I didn't really climb that like scaffolding. There might have been stuff up there. Kill 3 enemies in midair. I get, oh my god. I don't know if there's like tech rolling or something, but I was literally on the ground holding the guard button, and as I was standing up, got attacked, and I couldn't guard, so I died. Yeah, it's like every death has been like frustrating and confusing, and actually fighting and being on the office doesn't feel that much better either. Man, I'm a little surprised because I was not expecting. I was not expecting things to feel this rough, and for this to be like as unenjoyable an experience as it's been, for the reasons that it's been as well. Like when I first saw the numbers and stuff, I was like, oh, it's gonna, all right, it's gonna be a little overwhelming. But it's like none of that even mattered because just the core mechanics of moving around and fighting felt really weird, and not very enjoyable. But you know, now we know that, I guess, or I have some impression of it. Oh, I've been going for quite some time, but there's still plenty of stuff I want to check out. We can certainly take a quick look at some other thing or two, I reckon. Let me hydrate while I peruse my list of games. I think the most interesting one to check out is gonna be Dead as Disco. There's a couple of other beat 'em ups and beat 'em up adjacent things, but none of it that I think is going to be very good or impressive or interesting, but more it's like a pure academic curiosity of anytime there's something like that, I'm interested in it. And if there's a free demo, I'm going to want to check it out. But a lot of that stuff, there are things like, let me look at the list. I didn't even write it down, so I just have to look at my Steam library. I can't even find. Yeah, there's some Heroes of Mount Dragon kind of fantasy beat 'em up thing. There was one other game I think I at least installed. Unrivaled Heroes: 2.5D Brawler, which is it's quite the name. Quite the name. Anyway, let's take a look at Dead as Disco. The thing about this is that there was a trailer for this, and I remember my first impression of the trailer being kind of like rolling my eyes a little bit. And I don't exactly remember why I was like somewhat convinced, or at least got the impression that I was not going to be super into this. Find the capture thing. Pagoda Steam demo, is that the... Yeah, that's the executable. Fix the game title. So there was like, I guess, like I said, something about the premise. So this is like it's a beat 'em up of sorts, but it's also like a rhythm game. So it's like a bit like Hi-Fi Rush, I suppose. And I don't remember if there was something about the art direction or aesthetic, or something about the tone of the trailer, or something about the mechanics. I just remember my overall impression being one that's like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be super into this. But now I'm like fascinated to try to figure out. Set it to this, I guess. Ray tracing on, huh? On battery, menu, background. I don't even know what it's gonna be doing. I feel like I'll turn off ray tracing. I'm like a little scared to if I have that turned off, this is gonna turn back on if I do this. Especially while streaming. I'm not gonna take any risks with overly demanding graphical settings. BB mode 0%. Whatever that means. Okay. New game. Is it skippable? Sure, but it's like... why is this, like, so extremely long? You got more chromatic aberration, of course. Press Y to counter. I don't think I timed that correctly, but UI is like off screen. All right, so attacks initiated on the beat are enhanced. Okay. God. Oh my god, I'm like... Don't put text in like two different corners of the screen that I have to read simultaneously while an enemy is attacking me, please. Yeah, it's so like I had the same problem with Hi-Fi Rush, like trying to sort of follow the rhythm of the music while well, not wild, I can't even express myself. I can't English, at least. It's just really difficult because like inherently you expect like a certain rhythm or feel to the combat, and like having player actions specifically, not even specifically happening on the beat, but like you being supposed to limit yourself to following the beat. It's just like kind of a weird thing. Start the timer, I guess. I don't know. Like I struggle to kind of like I finished that game, but I felt a struggle. There was a lot of combo strings and moves and stuff I remember that I never used because they were like timing of it felt so weird to me. And it's not even like I have a bad sense of rhythm. I would think anyway, like I technically I have some, you know, musical schooling and training. I don't play any instruments, but I've done a fair amount of singing, and like I've done well in pure rhythm games. But there's some kind of disconnect when it's attached to physical actions that I guess feel inherently are supposed sort of to have a certain rhythm to them, and when the rhythm of the music sort of supersedes whatever inherent rhythm I instinctively feel like the action should have. So it's just a little something that I have a little difficulty with. Old. Okay, so Fever Rush is just like auto fire. I mean, especially streaming when I'm talking makes it 50 times more difficult to follow the rhythm. I do like the visuals, like the animation is pretty great too. Like all these. It's like I remember it's similar to Hi-Fi Rush again, where I'm like, did I do that right? Did I follow the rhythm or not? Like, it's hard to know even like what sort of beats you are kind of allowed to hit on or not, or like, you know, can I hit on quarter notes and 16th notes, eighth, like hard to parse and figure out. I guess I would want a little training thing. Overall, like, it's making a good positive impression. Like, don't get me wrong, like all this stuff I'm talking about, it's all about like the difficulties I'm having to engage with it. Like I said, the trailer I saw gave me some sort of impression that I wasn't going to be into this, and I could not for the life of me tell me what that impression was, like, or what gave me that impression. But so far, like, I kind of like it. What I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna bump up the audio, because I need to hear this in order to be able to play. A little louder. So Dive Bar, Hemlock, Infinite Disco. Go Dive Bar, I guess. Defeat the 7 deadly idols in the story campaign to learn the secret of Charlie Disco's death. I don't know that I care about that, but master 7 styles, customize your dive bar. Okay, so the dive bar, I guess, is not a level. Rockstar fashion. Whoa. Okay, so that's just an ad for a feature in the full game, I guess. Infinite Disco. Song title parenthesis story. Yeah, I remember it says there I can import songs. There was a I remember seeing something probably on the Steam page about like user generated content, basically. Like, I suppose you can import music, but also, like, I guess being able to build levels, or like, I don't even know what that means exactly, but it. Okay, probably a different song than we just played, I guess. I mean, the guy looks like a bit of a douchebag, but that's okay. Who cares if there's anything like dynamically happening with the music? Yeah, like, I'm starting to kind of figure things out, but... Oh, dodge, right. I really like how the counters and Ender stuff, like, does a string of hits. Because it helps sort of anchor what the rhythm is. Okay, that just whipped. Oh yeah, like, even just now, like, getting to play uninterrupted for a few moments. Gives you, like, a little bit better of an understanding. But I still feel like the feedback on whether you time things correctly is a little lackluster, because I'm sure I'm not doing it a lot of the time. But the fact that I feel so unsure is a little weird. The enemies are also not the most interesting. All right, okay, so I guess you like play through. I was gonna say you play through the entire song, but I guess, well, maybe you do. I was gonna say I would assume that there's a set number of rounds, but maybe if you go through them quicker, you clear like more rounds before the song's over. I guess that could be a thing. I guess I can hear this pretty clear. Like, some of the songs are just like a little more low-key, or they're like this, where there's just like this wall of sound that makes it harder to parse. This has like a more distinct and easy to make out beat, I feel like. Oh yeah, there's like a countdown. Super fucked that up, but like score multipliers. There's a lot of numbers that I'm not paying attention to. But as long as you can hear the music and the beat, it's actually quite satisfying. Okay, there is a button that I'm not using, right? Fever Rush, right? You can hold. Yeah, there's takedowns. Wait, how do I use those? I mean, I see the buttons, but like, oh yeah, I have a little token. That's right. And you hold that too, okay. I guess I should save that or whatever. Take care of this guy before I'm dying. Oh, the song ended. It's pretty cool though that it's like I really like how the hits have like percussion sounds. They really help like tie everything together. Let me go back. Stage select, I guess. Yeah, let's see what this is. Like an actual level.
Is that up, Charlie? Back from the dead.
I guess I'm still not like super clear on the structure of the game.
We bit late to the party on some.
I think it's a cool thing to have. Like, I guess that's probably what the user generated content type stuff is. That it's got that sort of endless arena where it can randomly sort of generate waves of enemies, and you just play the song. And honestly, I could see that being a good deal of fun, just importing songs that I like, and playing it. But I'm guessing like that's not the main game, right? There's the story with the 7 idols or whatever. Whoa, I fucked that up. Oh, okay. Kind of weird. It's like just fading out mid combo. Okay. I recovered. Nice. Like, you get a visual indicator and you're supposed to follow the rhythm and you can see physically where the guy is. I still find that super hard to dodge. Of course, I dodged right into a subway train, but... Transitions are a little confusing. Like I'm playing fucking ZPF. But I'm genuinely enjoying this way more than I thought I would. Again, even though I can't recall why I thought I wouldn't. There's a, like, irrespective of that, there's a lot of details to the execution of how the game feels. And even just the visual presentation that I'm like genuinely really impressed with. All right. Yeah, these transitions, I'm not sure, like, are they based on the song or my progression? Like, I would expect a game like this to do some dynamic stuff with the music, to have it loop and play the correct section at the right time and everything. So I thought that was maybe what was happening here, that the title card came up because the demo ends there. But I kind of wanted to think that, like, man, I hope that's what it's like in the game. Just fucking put that on screen and get you pumped up. Because I think that stuff in the game is cool too. Definitely a lot of little bits that I didn't quite get the hang of. Yeah, some of the character designs I feel like I'm not really into. A lot of the generic security guards, androids, whatever, are a bit flavorless. But I like the animation. The main character, like I said, looks like a bit of a dick, but, you know, I guess you can customize him a little bit. May or may not help. I mean, if you can play as a female character like we saw in that artwork, that'd be cool. It seems extremely ambitious, but I think the demo makes a good case for why you might expect them to actually deliver decently well on it. Like, I think that's maybe my biggest sort of surprise. How extremely high the polish levels are overall. Like, I think all the UI stuff is like super slick. There's like a lot of art in there. A lot of music too, honestly, even just for the demo, right? Like, there's a lot of demos you play on Steam that just, like, they manage to present themselves as a real game. And then you kind of play it and go, ah, I see. And it's just like super janky and rough around the edges. And this, to me, I feel like is like the opposite. I was expecting this to be a bit more janky, and it's like extremely slick in a lot of ways. Let's try this one, I guess. If you play Infinite, I'm guessing the song would just loop. Whoa. I pressed the wrong button to do the scream a stick combo thing. I used a fucking grappling hook. It's really difficult to find the rhythm in some of the songs. Especially when it feels like the tempo changes. hell? Oh. Died. Totally mistimed that. So like when you're doing enders, like finisher, whatever, you sort of phase out of existence and become invincible, or the auto enemies kind of do. So it can be easy to assume that you have iframes when you don't. Because you just like finish coming out of animations and become vulnerable. Like that. Like it all happens on the same rhythm, so it's not like it's unpredictable. You just kind of gotta not be an idiot. Alright, so it's over. It's kind of weird, like the song's like gone quiet. It's like, oh, and it's like, oh, there's 5 seconds left, so the track's still going, so technically I can still play, but I guess it's just like, you know, if a track just happens to have a little bit of silence at the end, that's how it goes. But yeah, this is fun. Like I'm getting more into it. Like I said, I wasn't sure to think of it, but one thing I'm curious about, it did show in that little trailer some amount of user-generated something or other. It's a little unclear what it actually was, but it was definitely something beyond just importing a music track. But I'm curious about this, like, there's ranks based on score. I'm curious how that would work if you're importing a song. Like, how would it determine what's, you know, what constitutes a S rank versus a B rank? But yeah, I guess you could like full combo all of this and everything. But yeah, I don't even really have a good sense of how the scoring works. There's plenty of information on screen, but it's, needless to say, a little difficult to take in while playing. I noticed that there was some kind of score multiplier combo thing. Obviously, you want to stay on beat with every button press and just like keeping a combo alive. But there's a lot of stuff where you end up positioning wise, like just empty space. You have to kind of run up to dudes, and it wasn't clear to me how long, like if you stop attacking, like how long does it take for the combo to just sort of expire? Yeah, a lot of stuff like that where I think if I watch someone else play, it would be a little easier to parse in a sense, because I can kind of split my attention between different things, which is a lot harder to do while playing. But yeah, I'm definitely impressed, because like I said, I wasn't even sure what to expect or if I would even like it. But it took a little bit to get into it and to understand. And, well, I mean, I haven't still fully grasped everything, but enough to have fun. And, yeah, definitely a lot of kind of polished stuff that is just far, far exceeded my expectations. So, yeah, I'm gonna join the beta beatdown. This is gonna open some browser thing, probably, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm not sure what's gonna happen when I'm streaming, so I'm gonna exit. But I'm definitely gonna wishlist this game if I didn't already. Double check. Yeah, it's on my wish. Yeah, that was impressive. I enjoyed that more than I thought. Curious to see, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, it doesn't have a release date yet. Probably gonna be some time off if I had. But yeah, Absolum was cool, interesting. Like, we had some demos that, I mean, I could spend another 2 hours with this, I feel like, if I hadn't been streaming for a while and it wasn't already 11 p.m. But yeah, I would recommend checking out Dead as Disco if you think that seems like a fun thing. I feel like you definitely need to get your hands on it yourself to get a sense of how it actually feels, like it or not. The stage progression, highly mysterious for sure. But I like it. I like it. Enjoyed it more than I thought, for sure. That'll be it for me tonight. Monday, technically, is still Next Fest, maybe. Although, I guess if it started at 7 p.m., it's probably going to end at 7 p.m., which means probably a lot of demos by the time we're streaming on Monday are probably not live anymore. GoldenEye DS is up next for Games Bond. I have not done any prep work for that, and I don't know that I will have by Monday. I don't want to rule out the possibility entirely. I do, as previously mentioned, want to try to keep up some momentum for Games Bond. I do have a Switch too, but I'm not sure if there's going to be exciting stream content to be gleaned from that. I played a little bit of Mario Kart World, found it pretty boring. Maybe it's more fun with a Pro controller, which doesn't feel awful. Like, playing on this thing, man, it just did not feel good at all. I was tempted to, like, there's some stuff in my Switch library, like, oh, I kind of want to mess with this a little bit, but again, I'm not sure if that's going to be like a stream thing. So I don't know. Video games of some variety, most likely, when I return on Monday. Oh yeah, CEO is going on. I'm gonna want to catch that. There's like 5 streams there, but let's see if there's someone who can make, you know, good use of a couple of dozen people raiding in. Let me see who else is live here. What did I see? Someone who isn't, like, about to end stream, maybe. Actually, I don't know. There's not. Oh, here we go. CarTube just went live. Record of Lotus War for Dreamcast. Not say I'm super familiar with that game, but that's probably a good time. So let's check that out. Why don't we? Thank you very much for hanging out. I'll see you guys next time. Hopefully Monday. We'll see. Have a nice rest of your weekend and take care.